Ladies and gentlemen, the day is upon us. The Big 12 has arrived at Nippert Stadium. Hello, everybody. Alongside Henry Meinerding, I'm Ethan Herzog. And it's the season opener, the Big 12 conference season opener, that is, between Cincinnati and Oklahoma here at historic Nippert Stadium.
Yeah, the Bearcats look to bounce back today after their disappointing loss, to say the least, against Miami, Ohio. That one coming down to the wire in overtime.
Yeah.
We see the Bearcats missing multiple red zone opportunities. Like to clean that up today against a very talented Oklahoma team.
Emory Jones, last time out, finished 18 for 34, 265 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, but made things happen on the ground. Rushed 20 times, had 113 total yards. Lost 12 of them, so 101 total. The way that this box score is set up is kind of weird. Scored 1 touchdown on the rushing attempt on the near side against going towards the student section, which, I mean, that just shows your athleticism here. You have a fantastic quarterback who's proven himself. He is absolutely fantastic, and if you can get things going with Xavier Henderson, who last time out, 12 receptions, 140 yards, has some incredible catches against the Miami defense, you can make anything happen, really.
Right, and you mentioned Emory Jones and his rushing ability. He has 3 touchdowns so far this season. That's tied at 5th among quarterbacks in the NCAA. Also, Corey Kiner with 2 touchdowns as well. Emory Jones certainly has the ability to run it. His questions really come when he's throwing across his body, making throws that have shown a lack of experience as a leader, and that has been the question all along so far this season with him. It's just one of those things with Emory Jones where he is a dual threat quarterback. He can throw the ball, he can run it, but his decision making could definitely be improved.
The Bearcats are 8th ranked nationally in rushing yards per game with 239.3 and leads the Big 12. And to touch one more time, Corey Kiner last time out, 14 rushes for 31 yards and 1 touchdown on the day. And Ryan Montgomery had 104 yards total off his 20 carries. So you've got a rushing attack for the Bearcats that really stands out. After losing a good chunk of rushers last season with Charles McClellan leaving, I am terrible. I'm not sure if he got drafted or if he just graduated.
McClellan, I don't know either. But
I think he may have entered the draft, just went undrafted. I'm not sure where he's at right now.
That sounds right.
But he obviously is not present anymore. So there were a lot of questions going into the offseason and coming into, the 2023 season with the Big 12 coming up and all of that. It's where you don't know how it's going to go. And clearly it's just a matter of they didn't let Corey Kiner do as much as he probably should have. Corey Kiner's been absolutely fantastic. He's had 2 100-yard rushing games so far this season. First one against EKU, the last one against Pitt, where he showed out against Pitt, might I add. And I think the rushing attack is still fairly solid. And I think the receiving room as well has its ups. Xavier Henderson obviously comes to mind. And you have a couple of tight ends as well. Peyton Singletary, one of them. He had 1 catch for 32 yards, but it was a fairly athletic catch. That's all that really matters.
Right, and more on Corey Kiner. Kiner is 19th in the NCAA in rushing yards. He has 289 on the season, and you were right. You hit the nail on the head last season. We didn't do enough with him as we should have. He averaged 4.5 yards per carry. We've been saying it all along that you got to give that guy the ball more. He had experience at LSU coming out of an SEC school.
Yep.
A future SEC team that we're playing here today, Oklahoma. Yeah. He definitely has what it takes to put the ball on the ground and get some yards.
And not much has changed. I called his football games in high school. We went to the same high school, Roger Bacon High School, about a couple miles north of here. And nothing has really changed. He has about the same run style, and it works. He's a very patient back. He's also a very good power back that has a little bit of speed. So he can turn on the jets and go. And I remember there was a play last season against EKU that he broke out from about the 40 and got tackled at the 20. And there's only a few times I've been able to say that he's got caught in a run like that.
Yeah, he certainly has speed to him as well. Now, moving on to the defensive side of the ball. We talked enough about the offense here, Oklahoma.
Give the defense where creds too.
Only 2 turnovers on the year. That's tied for 9th in the NCAA, and Cincinnati has 4. It's only 2 turnovers, but we are 3 games into the season, so the gap is bigger than you think. The Bearcats are 60th in NCAA on turnovers. Definitely like to clean that up. We go back to the Miami game last week, 2 picks and a fumble. Certainly an area that if you're a coach going in that locker room, you play a big team like Oklahoma, that's fundamental to say that the Bearcats need to clean that up.
And the defense, this Oklahoma defense as well, they've only allowed 5 scores total this season so far in those 3 games, 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and didn't allow a touchdown versus SMU until the 4th quarter.
Right.
So this Oklahoma defense is very much locked down, and their turnover margin of +2, 4th in the nation.
I mean, certainly, you got to look at their schedule, though. Are they unproven? That's the question we got to ask. Here's their first big test with a Power 5 school coming in here at Nippert. You look at the Bearcats side of the ball, they got quite the defensive line going for them. That's been the tell of the tale so far for them. Dante Corleone, Eric Phillips, Juwan Briggs, all big men doing the job for the Bearcats. Dante Corleone, 6'2", 318 pounds. He has 7 tackles this year. 2 tackles for losses. 1 came against Miami, Ohio. 1 came against Pitt. He's got a sack. Also, in 2022, he had 19 solo tackles and 3 sacks, and we knew he was going to be big going into this year. On the defensive end side, Juwan Briggs, 6'2", 297. These guys are nothing to mess with.
he's been a driving force on the defensive line.
Right, for him.
Especially the nose tackle. For him. He blows up plays.
Right, 5 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, 2 versus Pitt, 1 versus Miami, 1 sack against Pitt. And in 2022, he had 17 solo tackles and 3 sacks as well. So, I mean, we could go on for hours about this Bearcats defensive line. That totally is certainly the highlight of this team.
And breaking as of a couple minutes ago, Deshaun Pace is out on suspension for violating team rules, guidelines, one of the 2 words that essentially mean the same thing. But what do we think? How detrimental is this to the Bearcats defense that Deshaun Pace is out?
Yeah, and it's pretty simple in my eyes. You look at him to be a leader. You see everything that his brother did last year for us, and, of course, him as well. Certainly just disappointing for the Bearcats to lose one of their leaders today.
Jack Dingle, however, team leader in tackles with 16, and Taj Ward, he's had back-to-back forced fumbles against Pitt and Miami, which come up big. I mean, if you can force turnovers against this team, I think you have a fighting chance.
Right, and I guess if we were to summarize all these defensive stats into one, it's that the Bearcats are going to have to play some defense today.
Yes,
Oklahoma has the 3rd highest scoring offense in college ball. We've seen it. They dropped 66 points against Tulsa, 28 against SMU, and then 73 against Arkansas State, which I know these teams aren't exactly powerhouse football programs, but they're doing what they need to do on the offensive side of the ball, to say the least.
Putting up 74 points against anybody is scary.
73. Yes.
73.
Yes.
Anything above like 50, I think, is a little terrifying to look at, no matter who you're playing, regardless of if it's FCS, FBS, Group of 5, Power 5.
Right.
That's a little scary. And another headline to look at this, too. This is a contest between one of the best home teams and the best road teams in college football. Oklahoma 31-7 on the road since 2014. Cincinnati is 26-2 at home since 2019. Had, back-to-back undefeated seasons. And then the last 2 losses that came for this Bearcats team, the last 3 home games. Last week against Miami, which could have been a win. We're not going to look at it that way. But the season finale against Tulane also was the only other loss at home.
Right, and a big point of that comes to the fans. And if there was any doubt that the Bearcat fans would stop showing up to games after last week's loss, you can just wipe that off the whiteboard.
No.
The student section is packed from front to back today, and it's a blackout. Everyone wearing black. They got the noisemakers.
Yeah, the little clappers or whatever. I don't know. They're fun little noisemakers over the like red and black tubes that you fill up with air and you smack them together and they make a loud noise.
It's going to be loud here today.
It definitely is. And I was down pregame on the side, near the student section on the sideline, and I mean, like, it was about half full when I was down there. It was about 10 o'clock. They were about 10:30 after gates open, and it was about half full because I mean, you also have to put into consideration that Big Noon is here. A lot of fans were at Big Noon, and they're going to try and stay until it's over.
Right, and it's Oklahoma.
It is Oklahoma. The
biggest game of the year, right? You got to be here.
This is the biggest game of the year for Cincinnati by far. And I think all the fans know it. Dana Beers knows it. He's back. He was here last week. He's here again this week. I'm going to go find him when I go down in the second half. I'm going to go take some pretty pictures down the field at halftime.
There you go.
And for the second half and all that. But, I mean, it's huge. I haven't felt this big of an atmosphere at Nippert since the American Athletic Conference Championship in 21, when we were knocking on the door to the college football playoff and finally broke through that quote-unquote glass ceiling that everybody talks about, yada, yada. Everyone's heard the headline. And we stormed the field because we knew we won and we were in.
Right, and that's just what the Big 12 will do. The Big 12 will bring that as well as talent. And you look at Oklahoma's quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, and that's exactly what you'll find. He's second in passing efficiency, only behind Caleb Williams, who is the Heisman frontrunner.
Yes.
Just to paint that picture for you. Second in passing efficiency, only behind Caleb Williams. Emory Jones ranks 28th in that category. Dylan Gabriel is also second in passing touchdowns. He has 12 of those, and a lot of that comes against, that 73-point win, of course. And then Emory Jones ranks 28th in passing touchdowns. He has 7 on the year.
And looking at the quarterback comparison, too, this is a battle between the number 1 and 2 quarterbacks in passing efficiency in the Big 12. Dylan Gabriel first, Emory Jones second.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. UC's leading receiver in yards right now, Xavier Anderson. I know you touched on him earlier. He's getting 100 yards per game. He certainly looks, as we expected, preseason so far, maybe even surpassed his expectations. In touchdowns, Peyton Singletary has 2 alongside Braden Smith, who also has 2. Peyton Singletary, our tight end. UC loves their tight ends.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Kelsey in the NFL.
Tight end you.
Right, we're starting to turn into that.
We're getting there.
Yeah, something that you love to see.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And looking at Dylan Gabriel, former UCF quarterback, you want to know what he did? 2019, Nippert night. You know what he did? Threw the pick 6 that gave Sauce his nickname. That was him.
Legendary moment.
That was him.
You've seen the clip on Twitter 10,000 times.
You've seen the clip
we post
everywhere,
it every
all
single
the time.
UCF is, talking their talk. You
they
see
hate
that
it.
clip come up.
They hate it.
But we love it.
That's our rebuttal all the time. Hey, you know what y'all did? That. You guys Sauce's nickname. And now look what he's doing. He's Defensive Rookie of the Year and still cooking for the New York Jets defense. Rest in peace, New York Jets offense. But the last 2 times Dylan Gabriel was in Cincinnati, in 2019, 25 of 46, 297 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, was sacked 3 times. Last time out in 2020, 26 for 49, 243 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, and 3 sacks. That was I believe, the game-winning field goal against UCF that happened in 2020 during that weird COVID season that sent us to the conference. No, that was Memphis. That was the game-winning kick against Memphis that sent us to the conference championship against Memphis, where we lost, I believe.
Right. So we can throw out all these stats. Dylan Gabriel also has over 11 yards per attempt.
Yes.
We said it already. We'll say it again.
Yes.
Oklahoma's offense is stellar. They have been for years.
Yeah.
They've really set the tone for the Big 12 and being an offensive conference.
Yes.
You can throw out all these numbers, but you got to put it into
Obviously,
the picture.
these were like 3-4 years ago. So none of these This is 3-4 years ago on a UCF team that was kind of fresh off of that quote-unquote national championship run. Put the asterisks on there. I don't care what you say.
Certainly.
They did not win that national championship anyway. They're off that. There's still a good UCF team and all that. So, but it's nothing like Oklahoma. Oklahoma is the powerhouse of the Big 12, has been for a while. They had a little bit of slump, but they're back now. And, it's hard to compare his time at UCF to his time here at Oklahoma, because last season at Oklahoma, he also did pretty well. So the headlines are just headlines, really. I just wanted to throw out the stat that he threw the pick 6 that gave Sauce his nickname, and I had a little bit of stuff to elaborate on it. But, you got to throw in Sauce there where you can, because he's one of the biggest well-known cornerbacks in college football, and he's a big headline in the NFL right now. So Sauce is Sauce, and I'm sure he'll be back at some point. I'm not sure when he'd be back, but there's a chance. There's always a chance.
Right, and we're just looking to see if Dylan Gabriel has a little bit of a headache from last time he was here in Nippert, seeing if Coach Satterfield can get the job done today. Bearcats, Oklahoma. It's a big one, folks. It's the biggest one of the year.
The series history between these two teams, this is the third time that these two teams have ever played. First time was back in 2008. They traveled to Norman, and they lost 52-26. It happens. It's okay. That was, it's your 2008 season. That was, I believe, one of 2 or 3 losses that year. And then fast forward 2 years later, 2010, Oklahoma paid a visit to Cincinnati, but not in Nippert. They went to a then named Paul Brown Stadium, and Cincinnati almost won off a comeback. Final score of that game, 31-29, and they almost won that. If it wasn't for the muffed punt with about 4 minutes left in the game, they probably would have won that game against a very good Oklahoma team that had the Heisman frontrunner who would go on to win the Heisman.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that Deshaun Pace is out of the game today. Some numbers for you. Opposing quarterbacks are completing just 45.5% of their passes against UC's defense, which is 3rd in the nation. And that stat actually kind of surprises me. I know they've been solid, but there have been moments. One that I like to highlight is the game against Pitt, where the ball was thrown into the air and was up there for a good 4 seconds, and it seemed like no defensive back could get there. Of course, also struggles in the red zone came against Miami. But yeah, we seem solid, and now losing our safety there, with Pace and a leader on that side of the ball. We'll see what the Bearcats can do to adjust.
You're looking at Cincinnati versus ranked opponents too. 5-4 since 2020, and that most notable one. But I'll let you take a guess. Which one do you think that is?
Notre Dame.
Oh yeah, definitely. Number 9 Notre Dame, 2021 season. That was the statement win that they had that carried them to the top and put them, right around the 1-2-3 ranking mark. They finished 4th and went to the college football playoff and all that fun stuff over there. We're all distracted admiring Gus Johnson and Joe Klatt over in the booth next to us. Shout out Gus Johnson, got a picture with him. It's absolutely fantastic. A little starstruck. It's okay. But that's what happens when you do student media and you're like, oh, that's crazy. I've been watching that guy on TV, like national TV, and Fox and ESPN. Well, maybe not ESPN. I think he only does Fox, but on basketball and football.
You know the name.
It's crazy. You do. You know the name, and to say that you got to meet him and now he knows your name, crazy.
Right.
And sometimes they remember you. Like I was down the field last week with Dana, and he remembered me. I'm like, that's crazy. I interviewed you at the Crosstown Shootout last year, and you remember me. What's up with that?
You know what I'm thinking? I think that we need to get a stat going for Dana Beers and seeing what the Bearcats record is when he's here. And it's not to throw shade at Dana Beers, but I feel like when he's here, we're a little bit cursed. I feel like we've lost 2 or 3.
That's what a lot of people are saying, is that he's a curse, but I don't know. I
enjoy him being here.
I think this is normal Cincinnati sports behavior. I'm not going to blame Dana Beers for showing up and being a fan and put that with us losing, because that's not the case. Cincinnati sports just have a tendency to do that, to lose games that they should win. Yeah. It just happens.
All right, maybe I can blame the Bearcats.
Yeah, you see with the Bengals, where these are 2 games that they should have won against the Browns and Ravens, but they didn't, which, unfortunate. The Bengals play on Monday Night Football this coming Monday against the Rams. I'll be there. I have to work, so I got a paycheck coming with that one. But not to, whatever. It's a thing. I'm a little nervous for that game, but we'll see. But the Bearcats, they'll sometimes have games like, oh, they should win this game, and then they don't. And
it goes the other way too.
And it goes the other way too. Like, you shouldn't win this game, and then they blow out the other team. And
maybe today.
Maybe today.
Maybe today's the day.
You never know. As the Bearcat bands charge down the stadium steps. One of the most dangerous pregame. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for?
Ritual?
Yes, that ritual thing. Tradition, ritual. Tradition sounds more tame than ritual. Ritual sounds occultish. But yes, either one really is what it is. Is Preston's over here practicing his marching from his high school days. I'm not sure what's going on back here, but anyway, let's take a look at the rest of the Big 12 slate for today. If I can find the tab that's on, there we go. Today at noon on Fox is this one. Number 16th ranked Oklahoma versus Cincinnati. First time the Oklahoma's visited Nippert ever, because when they played Cincinnati, they didn't want to play at a 40,000 seat Nippert. They wanted to play at a 66,000 seat Paul Brown Stadium.
Now they have no choice.
Now they have no choice because we're in the conference. Exactly. We're Power 5. You have nothing to say about it. TCU and SMU. That's on also at noon on Fox Sports 1. That's which rivalry is that? I can't remember. That's a rivalry, isn't it?
Who is it? Remind me again.
TCU and SMU.
Oh, it's got to be. The U's in the name, right?
Yeah.
They both have religious affiliations, too.
That is true.
Versus a Christian university, yeah.
I don't know if we should say that on there. But I feel like there's some kind of rivalry in there. I can't remember which one it is, though. 3:30 on ESPN, BYU and Kansas, as well as Texas Tech and West Virginia. That's on the Big 12 now on ESPN+. 4 o'clock, Oklahoma State and Iowa State on at 4 on Fox Sports 1. Also on the Big 12 now at 7 o'clock, Sam Houston and Houston play each other. 7:30 on ABC is Texas and Baylor. Texas ranked number 3. People are asking, is Texas back?
They could be. That win against Alabama was huge. And
they're looking good.
Oklahoma's got us today, of course. Then they got Iowa State next week, and then they play Texas, I believe. So a little bit of a warm-up for them. Not to call us a step, but we're certainly one of the Big 12's lesser teams, and I put Iowa State in that same category before they have to play Texas. And that's been the big conversation this year for the Big 12 was, is it finally Texas's year to overcome the struggles against Oklahoma for that first place spot? And they could definitely do it with a couple warm-up games here going into the Big 12 play.
Then wrapping up the Big 12 slate for this Saturday is UCF and Kansas State on Fox Sports 1. So we'll see about that one. Kansas State by 4.5 is your line. I don't know. UCF's been looking all right. I hate to give credit to UCF because I'm a little biased towards Cincinnati and that budding rivalry that exists between the Knights and the Bearcats. But I don't know. I feel like UCF could do it. I feel like they proved themselves in non-conference, but we'll see how they do in the Big 12. Looking at the general college football landscape here, also at noon, Michigan and Rutgers. They open up Big Ten play. Florida State and Clemson on ABC. That's going to be a big one. Florida State ranked number 4. Army and Syracuse. Syracuse is having a year. They have been fantastic as of recent, which I can't remember the last time was I've seen that.
Yeah, people are sleeping on.
It's a little insane. Auburn, Texas A&M as well. Kentucky and Vanderbilt opening up SEC play. Virginia Tech and Marshall. Let's see here.
Did you mention Florida State and Clemson? Did I miss that?
I did mention Florida State and Clemson. You have something to add to that?
Yeah, of course. Clemson, of course, could be a story for you so far. Unranked. Their only wins coming at Charleston Southern and FAU.
Who's their loss to?
Duke.
Oh, Duke.
By 3 touchdowns.
Right. Because I remember seeing memes about it. This is March, and it was the Duke-Clemson game, and Duke beat Clemson 28-7.
Talk about unproven. My goodness. Playing FAU and Charleston Southern as their only wins and a 3-touchdown loss to Duke going into today to have a chance to bounce back and become the Clemson that we once knew.
And here's one of those headline games that, you may be annoyed to hear about, but, it's a big topic. On ABC, number 10 ranked Oregon and number 19th ranked Colorado. Coach Prime still undefeated. Seeing how far he can take them.
Yeah, are people calling the bluff on Colorado with this game? I see the lines at 21. That's 3 touchdowns.
Calling the buff on Colorado?
People calling the buff. Yeah, yeah. Last week,
I'll see myself out.
Last week they won in double overtime, which certainly adds a question mark to how good they really are. But they do have some solid wins with a field goal win to TCU and then a home win to Nebraska, winning that one 36-14. So definitely a big day for the Buffs to see if they are legit.
Oh, yeah.
This is the day to tell.
Yeah. UCLA and Utah on at 3:30 on Fox, as well as Ole Miss and Alabama on CBS at 3:30. And Alabama's been all right, which is strange. And I can't remember who I was talking to, but Nick Saban, he made a point about Nick Saban and how he's acting on the sideline, is that in the past, if one of his players messed up or something, he was livid. Absolutely livid. And he would grab the face mask, start yelling in his face, why'd you do that? That whole thing. Now, he just shrugged his shoulders. He's like, whatever. Is Nick Saban done?
I don't know. They got a big one today against Ole Miss, though, and a lot of people are calling the upset on that one due to Alabama's poor performance this far in the year. We're going to look at their schedule real quick. They played MTSU, won that one 56-7. played Texas, lost by 10. Everyone knows about that one. And then they come down to South Florida and end up only winning by 2 touchdowns.
Oh, I thought they were going to play the national anthem. They're playing the alma mater currently. They'll play the national anthem next. We'll take a brief, 2-minute break while they play the national anthem, because that's how long the anthem lasts. I can't remember. But anyway, until then, we're going to keep looking at these games here. Maryland and Michigan State, which Mel Tucker, they don't have a head coach. Michigan State. Mel Tucker's out on. I think he got fired for his allegations for something.
Yeah, they recently fired him. Yep.
I can't remember all the logistics, but I know that he got fired for that. Louisville and Boston College on the ACC network. Louisville, perfect 3-0, heading into ACC play against Boston College. And BYU and Kansas, which we talked about earlier. A lot of the Big 12 teams are into the conference play. There's only like 2 I think aren't in the conference play just yet, and got a little bit of action going on. 3:30 on ESPN Plus. Ohio and Bowling Green. Ohio took down Iowa State last week on a field goal that arguably made it from Iowa State that would have tied it, and if they had tied it, they might have won. But my Bobcats won. I'm a sleeper Bobcat fan that no one really knows about.
Aren't we all?
I went and I worked an ESPN3 show for OU last year for their homecoming game, and oh my goodness, it was fantastic. The atmosphere, amazing. I love their band. The marching 110, absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere at Pendon is amazing. I love it. I would love to go back to Athens at some point. Maybe I will, maybe we won't. We play Ohio next year or the year after. I can't remember which one. But I know Ohio's scheduled for non-conference. We'll take a brief break for the national anthem. And you can hear how loud that is, right? You can hear how loud the stadium gets. It's a little insane. And we were just talking, you can't really tell who's who fan-wise, because the crimson for Oklahoma and the red for Cincinnati is just slightly off that you cannot tell. But Oklahoma also travels. You can see again as we look across the field, Oklahoma's kind of in the top nosebleeds-ish, and there's a section way off to the far left-hand side. It's kind of Oklahoma, and it kind of spreads. They travel fairly well for coming from Oklahoma. Yeah,
the only difference you can tell is a little bit darker of a red, and some people who are wearing jerseys, the numbers, of course, are a little bit different.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that they're selling Cincinnati NIL jerseys at Rally House now? And you can get, you can go in and you can get, Dante Corleone jerseys and everything?
That'd be the one I get if I were to get a jersey.
See, I think I get Mason Fletcher.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that earlier.
Mason Fletcher, Corey Kiner, probably Dante Corleone too. I wouldn't just get one. Come on.
Yeah,
why are you just getting one jersey when you can get, all of them? It's, it's...
Patronize the store.
Exactly. I used to work at a Rally House, so I feel no shame. Looking at a couple more games here, UTSA and Tennessee on at 4 o'clock on the SEC network. Any other games of interest here as we scroll down the ESPN page? LSU and Arkansas, both 2-1. LSU's ranked 12th. Brian Kelly's LSU.
Right, Brian Kelly's LSU.
Yeah. And that's a thing. And the other big one happening, the College Game Day game of the week, Ohio State, Notre Dame on NBC tonight at 7:30.
Yeah, that's a huge game. You got an Ohio State team who hasn't necessarily played their best this year, and you have a Notre Dame team that you could argue has played their best this year. Of course, Notre Dame known to choke the big games. They got Ohio State coming in today. We'll see if they can get the job done.
Looking at some of the final scores from this past couple of days, on Thursday, Georgia State took down Coastal Carolina 30-17. Wisconsin beat Purdue 38-17 last night, as well as Boise State taking down San Diego State 34-31, and NC State being a winless Virginia 24-21. So those are some of your college football games that are, they already happened. There's your final scores. That's what you get. But we are about 4 minutes and 25 seconds out from kickoff of the first Big 12 conference matchup at Nippert Stadium. The first time Oklahoma has traveled to Cincinnati, played in Nippert Stadium, faced the ruckus that is in that south end zone. And I mean, it's full. It's really full.
Yeah, right. What more could you ask for as a Bearcats fan? You can make the argument that, oh no, now we got to play Oklahoma after coming off a loss in Miami. Or you could say, glass half full, we get to play Oklahoma after playing Miami and get that opportunity to bounce back and put ourselves at 1-0 in the Big 12 Big 12 sheet.
The other question you have to ask is, against Oklahoma or against Miami, were they thinking about Oklahoma? Was that what they were focused on? That's another question. As well as, you have a team full of transfers. This is a transfer-built team, especially on offense. We had one returning starter, and it's Gavin Gerhardt on the offensive line. That was the only returning starter from 2021, or 22, that came back for 23. On the offense, that is. Defense, a different story.
Yeah.
But do they really understand the victory bell? Like, obviously, looking at the past 16 years, and, you beat Miami 16 years in a row, dominated them at times. It may seem like it doesn't matter, but deep down, when you do lose, you realize it does. You're just making it seem lighter than it is. That's the thing. So these players may not have understood what the victory bell means as FBS's longest rivalry in football. So you never really know.
Right, and regardless if it was chemistry, if it was, the mental importance of the bell, it's got to be wiped away today. A very talented OU team, Oklahoma team coming in today. There's not a lot of room for miscues, to say the least. They've proven themselves time and time again. They're a storied program. They've been in stadiums like this. And you got to say this is one of Cincinnati's first big challenges here in a long time.
It's one of the first big games played at Nippert since, Miami? Like the U, Miami?
Not the Ohio kind.
Not the Ohio kind, no, not that one. UCLA comes to mind. Man.
But even those might not be as big as this.
I think this is probably the biggest game that Cincinnati has ever played at Nippert Stadium, like I said earlier, other than the American Athletic Conference Championship game that happened in 21.
Right, and I'm kind of tired of talking about it at this point. The hypothetical what ifs. If the Bearcats won last week, where would we be this week? Are we ranked going into this week? Right on the border, coming into this game. But you can't change that now. You got to do what you can do today to put yourself back on track. You took a loss last week, of course, and I know it sounded like a broken record, but this is the game to clean it up and to get right back to where you were.
Sorry, doing logistical things for my photographers that are down wandering around. There we go. They're about less than a minute away as Kevin Huber is back in Cincinnati. I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah, they got him out on the field today.
He's here. He's game ball delivery, maybe? I don't know. But he's here. Legendary Bearcat, legendary Bengal. One of the best punters that Cincinnati's seen in a long time. Was at Cincinnati from 2005 to 2008 and then got drafted by Cincinnati Bengals. He's a Cincinnati kid. Played at McNick, played for the Bearcats, played for the Bengals, retired as a Bengal. And speaking of retiring as a Bengal, A.J. Green came back, signed as a Bengal for a day. retired as a Bengal.
I saw that.
Which was fantastic. Got to meet him the other day. Stellar dude. I couldn't ask for a better role model for a lot of years. I grew up watching AJ Green, so seeing him was kind of surreal almost. Looks like the Sooners have won the toss and elected to defer to the second half. So we are just about underway here at Nippert Stadium. Zach Schmidt back to kick for Oklahoma, back to receive for Cincinnati. Ryan Montgomery and Xavier Henderson.
I like that combo.
I do too. I think that's fantastic. As Schmidt gets set to boot this one away. You're on a picture-perfect Saturday, now afternoon. 12:05 is your kickoff, and here we go from Nippert Stadium. Ryan Montgomery calls fair catch inside the 2. It'll be at the 25, and Cincinnati gets the ball first on offense.
And we'll be interested to see what the Bearcats happen to bring out, if they attack right off, if they settle down just a little bit, get their players comfortable here. Definitely some options that Coach Satterfield has coming out here.
Emory Jones, Corey Kiner, your starting quarterback and running back. Xavier Henderson, Braden Smith, and D. Wiggins out on the edge. Peyton Singletary and or Shaman Mateer out as well at the tight end position. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line for the first snap of Big 12 conference play. Emory Jones in the shotgun formation. Right behind him is Corey Kiner, donning 21. Peyton Singletary in motion right to left. Emory Jones takes the snap, screen pass over to Henderson. Henderson has a couple of yards, and he'll get tackled down after fighting for a few more. It'll be second down at about 6 from about the 29.
And that play looked drawn up there, a little screen pass, just a short 4 yards to get the offense going.
Starting on defense for Oklahoma, Rondell Bothroyd, Jonah Lalu, Isaiah Coe, Ethan Downs. Your defensive line for Oklahoma. Going to try and put some pressure here on Emory Jones. Sends a man in motion. Xavier Henderson brings him inside. Jones hands it off to Kiner. Kiner gets back to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Gets tackled down. Brings up 3rd and about 6.
Yeah, a longer 3rd down here. The Bearcats take the run on that one. Corey Kiner had a little move out left and ran right into the chest of the defender. Brought down pretty easily.
Jaron Kanak, Danny Stutzman, Justin Harrington, your linebackers for Oklahoma, Gentry Williams, Billy Bowman, Reggie Pearson, and Woody Washington in the secondary for the Sooners. Now the Bearcats faced with their first 3rd down of the day. 2 men to the top, 1 to the bottom. Jones in a shotgun, Kiner behind him. Jones calling his cadence, brings in Wiggins from left to right, takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking over the middle, it's caught short of the sticks. It'll be 4th down. Pass is complete to D. Wiggins. Brings up 4th and short. And it'll bring out the punt team for the first time today.
Yeah, maybe the Bearcats just a little bit too conservative on that opening drive. Not really any miscues, but nothing spectacular. Not enough to pick up the first down.
Total yards now stands at 8 for Cincinnati. They're going to punt it away for the first time, and we'll see the Oklahoma offense and Dylan Gabriel for the first time since 2020 at Nippert Stadium. Mason Fletcher out to punt for the Bearcats. Back deep to receive the punt, Gavin Freeman for Oklahoma. Punt is away. We'll drop it about the 32. Bounce with a huge Bearcat bounce all the way back to the 11, 10-yard line. Mason Fletcher proving why he's the best punter in the Big 12.
Yeah, definitely a guy that can save your team on a quick 3-and-out like that. The Bearcats get to punt it, or have to punt it, I should say, and he puts the Oklahoma offense in a spot that they don't want to be in.
Now Dylan Gabriel, Marcus Major, your quarterback running back duo in the backfield. Austin Stonger, your tight end in the slot. Drake Stoops, wide receivers Jalil Fargu and Andrell Anthony. Gabriel in the shotgun, running back to his right. Sends a man in motion from left to right, goes behind him in a jet motion. Takes a snap, throws, corner route, caught on the sideline. Almost breaks through a tackle, but gets tackled down just past the sticks. First down, Oklahoma. So a quick, about 11 yards on that play, moves the chains. Oklahoma tempo offense here, takes the snap, hands it off Bearcat defense says no. Tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Dante Corleone showing up early.
Yeah, and you need big talents like that to perform on big stages like this. A great job getting through the line and getting the tackle there.
Trying to slow down that tempo of the Oklahoma offense. They're right back to the line of scrimmage, raring to go. Man in motion from right to left. Dillon takes the snap, throws to the flat. It's caught, tackled out of bounds. And hear that student section roar. It's third down and 14 it's third down and 9, on the 22. Listen to that crowd. Dylan Gabriel calling an audible. 18 seconds on the play clock. 11:40 to go. Takes a snap, it's fumbled. Dylan Gabriel able to pick it up, throws it away down the sideline. Incomplete. 4th down, Sooners.
Wow, and you couldn't ask for anything better there from the Bearcats. The Oklahoma Sooners come out with a quick offense, a tempo offense that keeps them going at the line, and the Bearcats respond appropriately.
Oklahoma out to punt for the first time today on 4th and 9 from the 22. The Bearcat defense is alive. Back to punt for the Sooners. Josh Plaster back deep to receive. Braden Smith for the Bearcats. He's standing at about the 29. 10 seconds on the play clock. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The snap is made. The kick is up. High end over end kick. It'll be out of bounds at the 41. Bearcats will have it just shy of Sooner territory, knocking on the door.
And now's the time where you say, okay, the defense did their job. The offense has to come out on the field. They got great field position starting right around the 40-yard line. They got to do their job as well.
The play decisions by Satterfield, they, like you said, they seemed conservative. They seemed like testing the waters a little bit, seeing where the defense is going to do. Where are they going to line up? What's the plan here? So we'll see. Are they going to take a deep shot early? Usually you do that first play of the game. That's what a lot of FCS schools do against the Power 5. They'll just launch one and then catch them off guard, and there you go. You score first touchdown of the game, and the big team's like, what just happened? Why did you just do that? But, we'll see what Satterfield has planned down on the field. It's anywhere between a run, short pass, 3 and out, or a couple of long bombs into the end zone touchdown.
Right, and I'd like to see him test Corey Kiner again. He kind of got the short end of the stick on his run. The defense did a great job of getting through the line. Didn't leave him much of a hole or an opportunity to make his move. We know he has the talent. We said it before. He's an SEC back coming from LSU. Honestly,
didn't
on
do
big
bad at LSU either.
Right. On big stages like this, he knows what he's doing. You give him that hole, give him that space, and let him work.
We're tied here 0-0, 11:24 in the first media timeout of the game. About, looks like a 1:20 left in this media timeout here. We'll see how many of these that they have.
Yeah, Fox is certainly going to run us today.
Not sure if Fox will be more or less than ESPN does. We'll see. I can't remember when we were on Fox last time.
Yeah, me neither. But let's go back to that last defensive possession we saw on the last play. It was a long third down, 3rd and 14. The Bearcat crowd, you got to give them the assist there. They were really loud. The quarterback got confused trying to call audibles. Dylan Gabriel got confused. It was a botched snap, went behind him, and he ended up chucking it to a receiver, and the throw was just inaccurate. He was covered, but it was also inaccurate. The throw went out of bounds. So the Bearcats did exactly what they needed to do. Was it the second down play where Dante Corleone was able to get inside that line really quickly, doing what he does best and stopping that run?
Yeah.
And then what happened on first down again? I can't remember.
First down was...
They came out off that screen pass, right?
Yeah,
and they got the first down.
There was the curl. The first play was that curl off the screen pass to the far side. And then second play was Dante Corleone getting into the back, into the defense. Then third down, the snap actually hit the face mask of Gabriel and bounced up. It was like weird Madden physics where it bounced up in the air and got caught. And if the Bearcat defense is able to penetrate and get there, that may have been a fumble recovery on about the 10. First down and 10 from the 41-yard line. Bearcats back on offense. Jones takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks to throw, pressure coming, throws to the check down. It's incomplete. Intended receiver D. Wiggins. almost had it. Pressure coming along the backside of Emory Jones, was unable to escape. Brings up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and the defensive end just got around too quickly there. Came up behind Emory Jones to his blind spot behind him and almost got to him. Fortunate to get that one off.
Big 2nd down. No rushing yards to speak of for Cincinnati. -4 for Oklahoma. Here with 11:20 to go here in the first quarter. Jones sends a man in motion from right to left. He sends now neck to his left of Jones. Jones takes a snap, hands off to Kiner. Kiner's got a hole. Kiner up the middle. He slides down. He slipped up at the C-paw at midfield, moves the chains. First down, Cincinnati.
Hey, and what I say, you give him that hole, you let him work. Corey Kiner picks up a solid 13 there. He finally had his opportunity, just happened to slip, maybe get him some new cleats.
Give him the hole the size of the Mack truck and let him work, is what I say. First down and 10 from the Sooners' 48-yard line. Gonna bunch up here, bunch to the top. One man alone to the bottom. It's Xavier Henderson. Gives the handoff to Kiner. Keeps himself, gets knocked for a loss of 2, brings up 2nd down.
Yeah, and that's just a play that you don't like to see called.
Fake me out.
If you're a Bearcat fan. Very conservative again after a big gain. It's one of those things where you'd like to see him keep going and maybe not run an option play there.
So now 2nd down and 12 from the 50. Another sold-out crowd. It's 13 in a row for Cincinnati. Empty backfield now for Emory Jones. 2 men to the bottom, 1 to the top. Or 3 to the top, Math isn't math. Jones takes the snap, evades the pressure for the moment, throws it away. Able to avoid the sack, It was Jaron Kanik screaming into the backfield, came up unblocked. Brings up 3rd down and 12.
Yeah, and Oklahoma brought 6 guys to the line on that one. You gotta question if there's something else the Bearcats offense could have done there, bringing more protection in before they hiked the ball, but it didn't happen. They got to him. Set up a long 3rd down.
The empty backfield seemed a little scary to start. Now 3rd down and long. From midfield, Jones, Kiner in the backfield next to him to his right. Jones takes a snap. Pressure coming, throws one deep down the field for Xavier Henderson. No flag thrown late. It'll be defensive pass interference. First down, Cincinnati.
Yeah, and I think he just knew Henderson was the type of guy where he needed to really play aggressive, and just a little bit too aggressive on that one, and the Bearcats are going to end up setting up shop right around the 10-yard line if it is a pass interference here.
I believe pass interference in college is only a 15-yard.
15,
It's
sorry.
Not spot, NFL spot of the foul.
NFL spot.
Yes.
My apologies.
No, it's all good. Most people don't know. I was only told last week. Pass interference, and there goes the crowd.
Still a big game for the Bearcats there.
Oh, yeah. Still, regardless of what it is, still a big gain. You're at the 35, almost to the red zone here.
And Henderson comes out there after that play.
So we'll see here.
Or excuse me, that was D. Wiggins who came out.
Freeman to the bottom, extra protection in the backfield for Jones. Jones takes the snap, hands it to Ryan Montgomery. Montgomery's got a hole. He's cutting to the far side, and he gets tackled down past the sticks at the 21-yard line. The Bearcats are driving. Some extracurriculars on the far side. Nothing comes of it. First down, Cincinnati.
And you see what happens when we run block. Give them those holes, let them work. The Bearcats now setting up shop at the 21.
9:31 in counting remaining here in the first quarter. Still tied at 0. Bearcats in the huddle with 18 seconds on the play clock. 2 men to the top, tight end on the bottom. Running back in the backfield, it's Kiner. Motion from right to left. Takes the snap. Evades the pressure, throws it away in time, avoids the sack, brings up 2nd down and 10.
Another pass blocking error there as they were able to get to Emory a little bit too quick, not giving him an option but to throw it out of bounds.
The pass rush for Oklahoma has really been strong.
And I wonder if it's
early.
that they've been blitzing or if it's just that they're really doing good on the defensive line, maybe a combination of both.
I definitely say a little bit of a combination of both. 2nd down and 10 from the 22. Man in motion from right to left. Jones takes the snap, takes it himself. He has a little bit of a whole pitch option. Braden Smith gets tackled down just shy of this line of scrimmage. A loss of about 2 brings up 3rd and 12. It looked like maybe something was brewing for the Bearcats. Unfortunately, came up just shy. We will make it back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 10 now from the near side hash. Peyton Singletary coming off. 1 man to the bottom, 3 to the top. Alone is Xavier Henderson. Kiner to Jones's left. Takes the snap, drops back to throw, looking. Design quarterback run. He gains a few, maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. 4th down, and here comes the field goal unit.
And the inconsistency with the run game there was the story of that possession for the Bearcats, now setting up for a field goal. You had those plays where you broke free for 15-plus yards, and then a lot of plays where I know we had a couple of options there that were stopped behind the line, and then that design run that only picks up a couple.
Now Carter Brown out for the field goal attempt. Name it about 49. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. Cincinnati strikes first, 3-zip in the Big 12 opener.
Yeah, and you like to see it, the Bearcats coming out on top. Scoring points is going to be a story here. We talked about how good Oklahoma's offense was, so maybe take some pressure off your defense if you're able to put some points up on the board.
Now 7:39 to go here in the first quarter. Sits in a media break now, 2:23 and counting on the little stick on the near side, what is that, 17-yard line. Skycam too, which is fascinating because it's fucking gliding everywhere. And that was a strong drive by the Bearcats.
Yeah, assisted by a big pass interference call, and I was going to talk about how many facets that comes with having a receiver like Henderson that can either draw extra help, of course, be open for the pass, or draw a penalty like that where they have to face guard him so heavily to the point where, there's a penalty on the play. Big pickup for the Bearcats there. A couple run plays that put us in position to make that field goal as well. And
there's that question, too, that if there's a deep shot and you know that the wide receivers got you beat, do you force that penalty? Since in college, it's not spot of the foul, it's only 15. So, reality, the coach may have said, hey, do that. So you only put 3 up and not 7.
Maybe. It seemed like he had his back turned the whole play. Maybe he knew he was beat by that. He was able to catch up to the receiver on that play.
He was. But it's a question that a lot of people ask because I know a lot of coaches, especially in college, they'll take that instead of 7 points. Especially when it's only a 15-yard penalty, not spot of the foul. If it was spot of the foul, that's a different discussion. It's because, that would have been at the 5.
Right.
So Bearcats would have been knocking on the door, and I think they probably would have punched it in if they had that extra space, but obviously not to speculate. Yeah, we'll see. But either way, Bearcats out to kick for the first time today. Kickoff is Rory Bell, number 47. A couple of new kickers from the transfer portal for the Bearcats. A lot of good signs down there, too.
I'm sure those come from the Fox.
They carried over from Big Noon, but there's a lot of good ones. A lot of ones I can't say on air, but there's a lot of good ones. Rory Bell preparing to kick this one away. Timeout called. The ball fell off the tee. It's a little breezy, I will say. It's a little windy.
It is, and it's helping us out.
It is.
Up here in the booth.
It feels nice up here,
right.
I will say. $7:39 to go, first quarter. Bearcats lead it 3-0. Rory Bell winds up. The kick is on its way. High end-over-end kick. It'll land at about the 10. He'll take it from there. moving to the far side, tackle down the 19-yard line. Bearcats special teams continuing to perform.
And I believe that was Malik Vaughn with the tackle there. Came out of nowhere and actually went for the shoulder pads instead of the legs. Usually they teach you to go for the legs, but that time he actually kind of jumped on him. And
usually, I know as a defensive end, they always taught me, you get low, it's waist. Wrap it around the waist, head up, waist. That's what you do. But obviously, if you can bring them down, they're not really going to complain. They might if it's you're using the head, but it's all right. Dylan Gabriel back on offense for the second time today. Man in motion from right to left. Gives the handoff off, and it is eaten up by none other than Dante Corleone.
And he's set to have a day today as that's his second stop. Definitely another good job by him. He was the lone man on that tackle, and if he didn't get it, I think the running back would have boosted for another 10 yards.
Huge stop here. Now 2nd down and 10. Gabriel in the shotgun, running back to his right. Sends a man in motion from right to left. Takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking to the far side over the middle. It's caught at the sticks. 1st down, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and that's where you might miss the second of the Pace brothers there on that one.
Yeah.
An easy cut over the middle for Oklahoma.
A little bit of a drive. Butting here. Takes the snap, quick screen pass. It's broken up and almost intercepted. Oh my goodness. Number 1 for Cincinnati comes flying in. Jordan Young. Wow.
Maybe giving Dylan Gabriel some
flashbacks.
A nipper headache from some flashbacks. Yeah.
You know, he's a little worried.
With his time at UCF.
Oh yeah, with his time at UCF back in 2019. Gave Sauce the nickname of Sauce back then. Gabriel takes the snap, fixes the handoff. Rolls out to the flat. It's incomplete. 3rd down, Sooners.
And the Bearcats are just doing an excellent job there. The pressure was on from the defensive line, forcing Gabriel to throw into triple coverage. And the Bearcats almost came up with an interception there. Fortunately for the Sooners, it's incomplete.
And here comes the crowd again. Oh my goodness. 6:42 first quarter. Bearcats 3, Oklahoma 0. 3rd down and 10 from the 30. Dylan Gabriel takes the snap, looks to the near side. Throw is caught on the sideline. 1st down, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and that's a big gain for the Sooners. Quiets the crowd very quickly. That catch by Jaleel Farouk.
But the defense, other than the past couple of 1st down plays, has been showing out. Snap is taken, looks deep down the field. Deep throw, and man all alone overthrown. Pass intended for number 3, Jaquil Farquhar.
He was wide open on that one. Fortunately for the Bearcats, Gabriel just so happened to overthrow him by about 5 yards.
There was nobody around him. He had a bubble around him. Less than ideal. 2nd down and 10 from the Sooners 49. Man in motion from right to left. Takes the snap, fakes the throw on the screen, gets tackled down at about the Bearcats 42. Brings up 3rd and short.
Another 3rd down here for the Bearcats defense. We'll see if they can get a stop here.
2 men to the bottom, 1 to the top for Oklahoma. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws to the curl route on the far side. Pass is caught, 1st down, Sooners.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Justin Harris, that's the cornerback on that play, has been playing a little deeper, maybe scared of the deep route. Would have liked him to play a little closer there and get the quick tackle.
Now 1st down and 10, fakes the handoff, throws to a wide open man on the near side curl. 1st down, Oklahoma once again, and there's a drive cooking, and Dante Corleone is down on the field.
Oh, this is like the last thing you'd want to see as a Bearcats fan right now.
He is not. Nope, now he's moving.
Holding his
knee,
Looks like
it might just be a cramp.
They're stretching him out.
The way that they're treating him, it looks like he just has a cramp, which is okay. We can live with a cramp. It's hot down on that field. It happens. He's walking it off. He's all right. Probably going to take a play or 2 off. 5:31 to go here in the first quarter. Bearcats 3, Sooners 0.
Corleone now standing on the sideline on his own 2 feet.
Wasn't taken to the medical tent, which is good.
Just some water.
Just some water. That's all you need. Stretch it out. Drink some water. You'll be all right. I feel that. Then again, I'm not an athlete. I'd sit here and I talk about sports for a living. He plays sports for a living. Part of the Cincy Reigns NIL fund, I think is the proper term for that, fund. Many other athletes. I know Corey Kind is part of that one. Cincy Light is a part of that as well. The Bearcats-themed beer that was released earlier this year, July. I think that was for the, it was released the day of the Big 12, like that the Bearcats joined the Big 12, I believe. I was there for that. I think that was what coincided with that.
And that's partnered with Rheingeist.
Yes. That is partnered with Rheingeist, famous Cincinnati brewery. It seems that the stands have pretty much filled. There's some people wandering around the concourse a little bit, but other than that, it's full.
And I understand that there's no visual on, of course, what we're doing here, but you can hear it. Those third downs, of course, going down the field. The crowd has been loud.
They don't need to see it. They can hear it through our microphones. It's okay.
Right.
That's the beauty of radio. The beauty of radio is that you can paint the picture with all the noise. They're showing a recycled play. It looks like a kick return for a touchdown against Oklahoma back in 2008.
They're taking the field again here. You'd like to see the Bearcats slow down Oklahoma's offense as they have been very successful on this drive, to say the least.
It'll be 1st and 10 from the Bearcat red zone at the 19-yard line. Waiting the okay from the official. White hat signals to go, and we are back underway here. 5:28 and counting to go in the first quarter. Dylan Gabriel lone back to his left, takes the snap, yanks the ball out, going to take it up to the far side himself, and to be tackled out of bounds, shy of the stick, second down.
Yeah, and he used the running back there as his lead blocker, followed him. The running back picked up a linebacker. And Gabriel bounced all the way to the outside, picked up about 5.
So now second down, about 3 to go here in the Bearcat red zone. Takes the snap, hands it off to the near side. He slips and falls short of the sticks. Third downs, Oklahoma in the red zone.
And here comes that crowd. A big stop here for the Bearcats, as you would hold them to 3, I imagine.
And this is the last place you want to be if you're Oklahoma, is right up against the student section, facing either direction. 3rd and 3. Gabriel takes the snap, fakes the handoff, takes it himself up the middle, and he's short. The ball's out, it's on the field. Fumble recovery for Cincinnati. The Bearcats picked it up. Bearcat ball on the 10-yard line. Huge turnover on downs. Cincinnati with the huge stop against the student section.
And that's one of the best things you can do as a defense. You know, you keep on getting knocked down. They drive it all the way down to your 10-yard line, and you pick up a fumble recovery right there. Flips the script, and now the offense is back on for the Bearcats.
Jack Dingle on the fumble recovery. Bearcats will have it at about the 10. Still up 3-0. 4:23 to go here in the first quarter as we enter another media break.
I like to figure out who got that, who forced the fumble and who got the recovery.
I believe Jack Dingle recovered.
I mean, they were all celebrating. It made it really hard to point out.
It did. It made it a little bit hard. I have my binoculars somewhere. I have to grab them.
It looked like a tackle had been made originally, but
forced by Byron Threats.
Then a couple, was it Byron? Okay.
Byron Threats forced the fumble, recovered by Jack Dingle.
Yeah, but as I was saying, it looked like a tackle had been made, and then about 2 yards in front of it, you see
the ball.
a lot of commotion, and the ball.
The ball came out.
Players diving on it.
Like, whoa, hey.
You see a Bearcat go running down the field. Pointing his arm.
Oh, yeah. That's huge. Huge stop in the red zone.
Also to mention, Dante Corleone skipping down the field, proving that his cramp was just a cramp and nothing more.
Another fun stat, too. Sooners have not trailed yet this season. Well, now they have. They had led up to this point 171 minutes and 51 seconds of 180 minutes.
Is that this season?
This season in 2023. No more.
So the Bearcats up 3. Now with the ball back. The offense looked very solid with a couple miscues that are very fixable.
Yes.
You come out there with the same energy that you did last drive.
Yes.
Hopefully add some points to the board here.
It's a punt for cash here. Punts from the 40.
Speaking about punts for cash, the Bearcats should have thanked Mason Fletcher's great punt that pinned Oklahoma back, that then led to a great defensive possession from the Bearcats.
Yeah.
Put the Bearcats in great field position after their punt reception.
There you go.
And we put 3. It's a team sport.
It is a team sport. And you got to give respect to the special teams. Mason Fletcher.
Buy his jersey.
Buy his jersey. This is not a sponsored deal. We just want you to buy his jersey because he's a cool person. Bearcat offense back on the field. There's about 20 seconds left in this media break, so we're back. You know, it's a great idea. Gus Johnson's wearing a baseball cap right now.
It's a NASCAR cap. I noticed that.
It is.
When I was over there grabbing my picture with him, he originally had the hat off, and then as soon as I bring the phone up, he put it on.
I think he uses it for, to see, which is a brilliant idea, especially with how his booth is set up. Now first down and 10 from the 10. Jones, single back in the backfield. Sends in motion. Xavier Henderson takes the snap. Pressure coming, avoids it. Throw to Henderson on the sideline. Is it complete? Yes, it is. Toe tapping reception on the sideline. Huge reception from Xavier Henderson. First down, Cincinnati.
And that's exactly what you need from him. Xavier Henderson with a great toe tap. Emory Jones with a great throw as well.
Will be a timeout, and it's going to go to review.
It was close. It was too quick for my eyes, but it was close.
Too quick, and they're going to review it, and there's talk in the booth that it's incomplete. Our booth, that is. No idea what anybody else is saying.
Waiting on it to come up on either the Fox screens to our left or the big screen.
I think he got it.
The throw was really good.
I think he got it.
He had a defender on him.
So
Xavier Henderson, that is.
I do have a rules thing about replays. They are not allowed to show replays that affect the game, like this, on the video board.
Wow.
As a member of the in-house crew, we are not allowed to show that on the video board if it's going to rile up the crowd like that. That's the thing.
So if it doesn't rile up the crowd?
Yes. That is the thing.
Huh.
But I do believe that he made the catch looking at the Fox's replay down here. I do believe that he made the catch.
It was a spectacular throw.
Oh, yeah.
He had to get it over the shoulder of the cornerback.
Yeah.
And, of course, of his receiver.
It was
Emory Jones, that is.
It was a good throw. It'd be a 22-yard reception if it stands. Jones to Henderson. And I mentioned this against EKU. That chemistry's still there. They played at Florida together in 2022. That chemistry's still there.
No question. And there's the replay now on the big board, and it looks like
they're showing it by Fox. There you go.
It's really close. Did he drag that back toe?
He did. He dragged the back toe. There's turf. You can see the turf spouting up.
Perfect.
I think that's how they look at it. If you can see the turf spouting up from the toe of his shoe, he made the catch, and it's in bounds.
And this catch is big, too, because it just pushes the momentum further in the Bearcats' court, or I guess field in a football sense. And they've been rolling. And they rule it a catch there.
And it's rolled a catch. First down, Cincinnati. Huge. Ginormous, even.
Big play for the Bearcats there. We'll see what they come out with here on offense. See if they keep taking deep shots at this Oklahoma defense, or if they decide to settle a little bit and keep them guessing with the run game.
An absolutely massive first down strike. Ball now. First down from the 32. Jones with a single back in the backfield. Braden Smith in motion, hands it off, up the middle. Tackled down after a gain of about 4. It's like Ryan Montgomery on that carry. Second down.
And we talk so much about the Bearcats having 2 running backs that they like to hand it off to. Both those guys can do the job.
Oh, yeah.
And they've proven that. Ryan Montgomery, he had a huge game against Pitt. And, of course, Corey Kiner has been our man throughout the season, leading the Bearcats in rushing yards. Plays a big aspect or a big part in the Bearcats offense.
Quick to the line here for Cincinnati. Second down. Takes the snap, hands it off to Ryan Montgomery again. He goes nowhere. A lot of extracurriculars here from the Oklahoma side. Brings up third down, loss of about a yard, so 3rd and 9.
And that play looked very similar to the one before, maybe a little bit too similar. Oklahoma was on top of it.
Third and 9 from the 33-yard line for Cincinnati. Three men up to the top, one down to the bottom. Xavier Henderson, the lone man, at about the numbers. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking over the middle to Henderson. Miscommunication, incomplete. Xavier Henderson was not ready for that ball. Brings up 4th down and the punt for Cincinnati.
Yeah, and Henderson maybe getting pushed in the back a little bit there. He was looking for a flag. Emory had plenty of time to throw on that one, but as the pocket collapsed, he just so happened to throw it behind Henderson. Incomplete pass there.
Now 2:30 to go here in the first quarter. Bearcats still lead 3-0. Mason Fletcher back deep to punt. Back to receive Gavin Freeman. Punt is up in the air and caught at about the 29. He's going to take it himself and be tackled down at about the 34.
And Freeman learned his lesson on that one, not to let it go.
Oh, yeah.
After last time.
Definitely not. The rugby-style kicks from Mason Fletcher are dangerous to work with. So now 1st down and 10 from about the 34. Oklahoma on offense for the 3rd time. First one resulted in a punt. The second resulted in a fumble recovered on the 10-yard line.
Yeah, but they looked strong on their last one leading up to the turnover.
They did.
Hopefully the Bearcats can slow down the motion here. Speaking of motion, 3 guys moving towards us on Oklahoma's team.
Gabriel takes the snap, throw to the near side. Going to follow his lead. Blockers down the sideline. Tie roping the sideline. Tackle down the 40. Huge gain for Oklahoma. They'll have it on the Bearcat 40.
Yeah, and if you're the Bearcats defense, you have to slow down this offense sometime soon. We've seen in previous games when Oklahoma gets rolling, they don't stop.
No, they do not. Quick tempo here once again. Gabriel, man in motion, down to the left side. Quick pump fakes. Looks down the field now over the middle. Little check down to the running back. Tackle is not made. Eventually until the 25-yard line. 1st down Oklahoma, and they are knocking on the door.
It was a good play design from Oklahoma there as they sent all their wideouts to the corners, leaving the middle of the field open. The running back came up to help block, but as soon as he realized he wasn't needed, he dished out from the line and got an easy 5-yard pass and created more with his feet.
16-yard pass from Gabriel to Walker, and now another Bearcat is down on the field. I didn't get to see who before I got covered up by training staff. When they return to play, it'll be 1st down and 10 from the 24. Able to get up under his own power is number 49, Jack Dingle, making his way back to the team huddle. Now over to the sideline. Maybe
a cramp or a twisted ankle on that one.
Oh, I'm sure.
Nothing too heavy, it doesn't look like, as he is walking on his own 2 feet.
It is hot down on the turf, that is. Let's see. About 72, probably feels about 82 down on the field. Now 1st down and 10 from the 24. Student section starting to wake back up. 1:41 remaining here in the first quarter. Gabriel takes the snap, fakes hands it off, down the middle, cuts out to the near side and tackled down. Brings up 2nd and fairly short. Gain of about 6 brings up, maybe about 7 brings up 2nd and 3. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks over the middle, and it's caught. Dropped at about the 5.
And that's textbook. Tawee Walker had been doing some damage to the Bearcats. So I guess they're guessing run. I predict they're guessing run on that one. Throw a play action in the mix and leave your receivers open.
Quick tempo here. Gabriel right against the end zone. Takes the snap, hands it off up the middle, stuffed. Second down. Ball's on the 5. Last time the Bearcats were in this position, there was a fumble recovery. Can they stop him here? Takes the snap, rolls out, pass thrown. At the goal line, touchdown Oklahoma. Dylan Gabriel with a touchdown pass thrown to Nick Anderson. And Oklahoma strikes back. Out to kick is Zach Schmidt. To hold is Josh Plaster.
Nick Anderson leads Oklahoma in touchdown receptions, and he gets another one there. That's his 4th on the season.
Hold is down, kick is up, and is good. Caught by a band member. 34 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Now the Bearcats trail 7-3 against Oklahoma.
Yeah, and their offense, Oklahoma's offense, has just been rolling these last couple possessions. Aside from the, of course, the fluke with the turnover there, they just marched down the field and had no problems handling the Bearcat defense on that one.
See how the Bearcats respond, receiving the second kick of the day.
And this Bearcat offense seems to look a little inconsistent. They look okay. They look sharp. Of course, they put some points on the board early, which is nice. But you like to see them become more consistent with their plays. It seems like we have a big play, then a run that's stopped behind the line, or a big run and then an incomplete pass. You'd like to see them get into a rhythm here as we head towards the end of the first quarter. Only 34 seconds left here in that.
Kick it away, Zach Schmidt. I'm sure his kick team is ready, and it's up and away, high and over end kick. It will go out the back of the end zone. Bearcats will have it at the 25-yard line. .34 seconds to go here in the first quarter till we flip sides. Bearcats trail by 4, 7-3 against the Oklahoma Sooners. Excuse me. Something going on in the Oklahoma sideline. Whistle was blown, and now we're back, it looks like. Now Jones, 2 men in the backfield. 2 to the bottom, 1 to the top. Hands it off down the far side. A huge hole. Trucks a man, and he gains about 8. Huge run from Miles Montgomery.
Got around the end there. It was just him and one defender. Couldn't win that battle, but still a big pickup for the Bearcats.
The rushing attack for Cincinnati is what's really been working, as they're going to let time expire here in the first quarter. Flip sides of the field. The Bearcats moving from left to right on your radio dial.
And on the receiving end, it's been shallow to say the least. Xavier Henderson, of course, being the story with that catch thus far, and then the pass interference downfield. Like to see some more involvement coming from their wide receiving core. They got Braden Smith and D. Wiggins.
They've had their moments. Emory Jones, 3 for 7 for 30 yards, 43% completion percentage. So far today, his 2 receivers, Xavier Henderson, 26 yards, and D. Wiggins, 1 for 4. Dylan Gabriel on the other side, 10 for 14, 130 yards and a touchdown, has hit 6 different receivers on the day so far. Anderson with 3 receptions for 35 yards and 1 touchdown. The rushing attack for Oklahoma is actually what's been kind of lacking. Only 19 yards so far. Bearcat rushing defense is really what's been holding up. It's just if the passing defense can find its way back, then you might have something cooking.
Right, and that's kind of the mismatch here today, is the Bearcats' defensive line is is their highlight of the team, whereas Oklahoma's running game isn't exactly theirs. It's their pass game, and so the Bearcats are going to need to see a step up from their defensive backs. But the Bearcats have the ball right now, down 7-3.
So we'll see here a fresh 15 minutes here for the second quarter. Checking some college football scores from around the country here. Rutgers up 7-0 over Michigan currently in the first quarter. Tied at 7, I've just been updated. Florida State and Clemson tied at 0. TCU and SMU just about underway here, tied at 0. The only other Big 12 matchup going on currently is that one. Next one, BYU and Kansas on ESPN at 3:30. Bearcats on third down, actually 0 for 3 currently. Sooners are 2 for 4. Now back with 15 minutes to go here in the first half. Bearcats trail by 4 points, 7-3 behind Oklahoma. Second down and 3. 2 men to either side, 1 back in the backfield. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking, gets it over to D. Wiggins, who's able to get back to, I believe, the line of scrimmage. Brings up third down.
And you talked about it earlier, how unsuccessful the Bearcats have been on third down. This one may be a bigger one than the other ones because the Bearcats give up this possession and give Oklahoma the chance to score another touchdown, go up 14-3. Currently 7-3.
We'll see how the Bearcats respond here on this third down. Quick to the line. 2 men to the bottom. Heavy set. Takes the snap. Hands it off up the middle. I don't believe he got it. 4th and short. 4th and about 1. And it looks like the punt team is going to come back out.
Yeah, and just another disappointing run there from the Bearcats. Another disappointing third down. It's becoming repetitive at this point. Mason Fletcher is back on the field to punt.
Punting towards the student section this time. Fourth down and 1 from the 34. Snap is taken. The punt is up and away, almost blocked. Spiraling kick. Trying to go back and get it. He will. Fair caught at about the 11. As we head to another media break.
Yeah, Mason Fletcher just doing what he does best on that one, making the returner, the return man backpedal almost 10 yards to go and get that one.
We'll see how the Bearcat defense responds after giving up a touchdown. Oklahoma, this is their 1,329th contest all time. They're in the top 5 all time in winning percentage behind Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan, and Notre Dame. And their 693 wins leads all programs since the end of World War II. A little fun fact for you. Top 5 nationally in scoring offense, like you mentioned in the pregame. Third with 55.7 points a game, and scoring defense with 9.3. That is 5th. Oklahoma also has won 8 of their last 10 Big 12 openers, 12 of which, in 12 of its last 15. Kansas State are their only losses in those three losses are only Kansas State. 2012, 2020, and 2022 were all losses at home to Kansas State.
All to Kansas State.
Yep. No, Oklahoma, big headline, I'm sure everybody knows. They're moving to the SEC, taking Texas with them. They're also 169-58 in the Big 12 regular season since 1996, which is when the Big 12 was founded back then.
The Wood family started tire discounters right here in Cincinnati, and Jeff Brown, UC alum, says go Bearcats.
About 40 seconds to go here in this media break. Another little fun stat for you. The Big 12 is ranked second nationally with 5 teams of 19 averaging 100 or more in capacity, like selling out wise. You have number 2, which is second among all teams with 106.85%. Then Oklahoma with 104. 6 is Kansas State with 104. 10 is Cincinnati with 101. And tied for 19th is Oklahoma State at 100. And 13 of the 14 teams averaging over 92% capacity. The Big 12 is no joke. So now first down and 10 from the 12. .31 to go in the first half. Bearcats trail by 4. Gabriel takes the snap, hands it off over the middle. Tackled down, no gain. Second down. And like I mentioned, the rushing defense is fine.
Oh, yeah, no problems there. Dorian Jones did a great job getting inside the line and reading that play and getting to the running back real quickly.
So now second and 10 from the 12. Gabriel takes the snap, looks to throw, pressure coming, and he's sacked! Huge sack by number 6.
And that's back-to-back plays for Dorian Jones where he read the play perfectly. That time was able to get into the quarterback. As soon as he started seeing him step back, he got inside that line, was able to get the sack. The Sooners now setting up shop at the 6.
Macari Vickers on the sack. The Sooners, second nationally in allowing sacks at 0.3 sacks per game. And Cincinnati has 10 sacks on the season, making 11. False start, Oklahoma backed up against the student section. Absolutely huge play.
And I talked about stopping the momentum of this offense before this possession took place. This is a great way to do it. They're now at their 1 yard line, it looks like. Backs against the student section, like you said. They're going to get loud.
Ball's placed on the 3.
Placed on the 3. Half the distance to the goal line there on that false start call.
You're looking at about 104 decibels. Huge third and 19. Sooners backed up against the end zone, trying to draw the Bearcats off sides. Has to call an audible. 10 seconds on the play clock. They can't hear. Gabriel, standing at the bottom of the A, takes the snap, hands it off, and he breaks through. He's going to break through one tackle, get back to the line of scrimmage, to the sticks, and he will be just short.
Whew. And you think on that one that he
got the first down.
Big miscue there from the defense.
Huge miscue.
All the cards were in your hand on that possession, and you let the running back slip through and pick up the first down.
Now first down and 10 from the 22-yard line. Gabriel takes the snap, fakes the handoff, drops back to throw, looking, hits the running back in the flat, and he'll run over a man, still going, picks up the first down, dropped at about the 30, 34. Move the chains.
And that's Tawee Walker again on that play. A little dump screen taken to the side, and he is just eating up this Bearcats defense.
11:16 to go and counting. Gabriel takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks to throw. Pressure coming once again. Corleone's chasing. Has another man, and he gets tackled down. Coming up to get him. It's Willis for the Bearcats. Brings up second down and 8.
Yeah, Ken Willis is a redshirt freshman. He read that play perfectly. He was going to be the drop safety on that play, but saw the quarterback scrambling, came up, and was able to make the tackle.
So now 2nd and 9 from the 34. Man in motion from right to left, hands it off, down the near side, tackled down, makes it back to the line of scrimmage, 3rd down, Oklahoma.
And another 3rd down. The Bearcats, we talked about it earlier, they've been struggling on 3rd downs. We saw it on this drive, a long 3rd down they give up. You'd love for them to get a stop here.
The Sooners are 3 for 5 on 3rd down so far today. Student section coming alive once again. Letting them hear it. Gabriel takes the snap, drops back to throw, looking deep down the field, over the middle, it's caught. 1st down, Oklahoma, tackled down to the 50-yard line. Pass caught by Andrell Anthony. Moves the chains for the Sooners. Quick on the draw, pass over the middle, caught, flag is down to the 15-yard line. Stoops on the catch. There is a penalty marker down. There are 2 penalty markers down, one on the near side, one in the secondary.
Maybe 12 men on the field there. Illegal substitution, there's the call.
Penalty declined. It'll be 1st down, Oklahoma. Ball's on the 15-yard line. Sooners marching down the field. 9:38 to go. Remember, the clock does not stop for the chains in college anymore. Gabriel takes the snap, hands it off down the far side. Can't break through the defensive line, tackled down. Brings up 2nd and 11.
And the Bearcats once again doing good on a 1st down play there. They seem to be doing good on the 1st and 2nd downs. But none of that matters if you can't play defense on 3rd down, which is what they struggle with. Here comes 2nd and 11.
Ball placed on the 16-yard line. 9 minutes to go. Here in the first half of play, Bearcats trail 7-3. Dylan Gabriel, single back in the backfield, 2 men to either side. Motion from right to left, fakes the sweep, throw over the middle, overthrown. Intended receiver looks like number 16, Blake Smith, the tight end. Brings up 3rd down.
Yeah, an end zone shot there. Maybe a little scary for the Bearcats once again, but Dylan Gabriel overthrows it.
2 men to either side, single back in the backfield. Gabriel calling his cadence, 17 seconds on the play clock. Takes the snap, looks, pump fakes, throws deep down the field for the corner of the end zone, overthrown, 4th down.
And there comes the Bearcats' 3rd down stop that they were hoping for. Another overthrown pass from Dylan Gabriel, and the Sooners are kicking a field goal.
Field goal unit coming out, 1st attempt for on the day. Zach Schmidt coming out. Josh Plaster is your holder for the Sooners. Long snapper, Ben Anderson. Ball will be kicked from about the 24. Make it a 34-yard field goal. Hold us down. Snap. The kick is up, and it is good. Kicked from the far hash. Oklahoma 10, Cincinnati 3.
And that stop might be bigger than what you might think it might be. 10-3, Bearcats with a chance now to take the ball down the field, score a touchdown, and tie the ball game.
Bearcats are looking for a tie heading into halftime, if not more. There's still plenty of time for anything to happen.
And I'd say that I'm fairly impressed so far for it to only be 10-3.
I am too.
The Bearcats coming into this one as a 2-touchdown underdog.
Oh, and here's...
They now have the ball and a chance to even the score.
And I was talking to marketing earlier, and here is the fun activation for today. There's a little Mario Kart contest happening. The Bearcat, the Sooner, and the Cheese Coney are all raring to go on some tricycles down on the right end zone, the south end zone. I see banana peels. I see a red shell. I see a star. This is interesting. I'm intrigued.
As the Cincy Bearcat and Oklahoma Sooner participate in a race Mario Kart style.
This is a very interesting activation. I'm not sure who brought the idea, but here it is.
And I'm looking at this Bearcat huddle and seeing Evan Prater standing there on the
there he is.
the 45-yard line. He's been an interesting story for sure for the Bearcats. Came in as the highest recruited Bearcat player to date when he was picked up by the Bearcats. Started out as quarterback. Started behind Desmond Ritter. Came in last year, even started a few games, and now they switched him over to wide receiver. And we've seen his name come up a couple times this year, a couple of receptions.
So the Bearcat chucks a red shell at the Sooner. Absolutely obliterates him. So the Coney has fallen twice now, and now the Sooners trying its best to do it. The Bearcats catching up. He's at the C-paw. He's racing down. He's at the pylon. It's going to be a photo finish as the Bearcat takes it home. The Coney may have done something illegal and tackled the Sooner right before the finish line, but it's fine. But like you were saying, yes, Evan Prater looks like he's going to enter in. He wanted to switch and stay in Cincinnati and decided that his best fit, wide receiver.
And
he's built like one, and he's got the speed.
We have seen that from him, his ability to move on his feet. As a quarterback, he was a dual threat for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Was able to score the touchdowns off his feet. He's quick, to say the least, and I think that the wide receiver position is a good fit for him.
Bearcats now trail by 7, 10-3. Zach Schmidt kicks it high and overhand kick, rolling to the back of the end zone. Be a touchback. Bearcats will have it at 25.
And this an important possession now with 8:40 on the clock here in the second quarter. The Bearcats with an opportunity to score. Clock management also comes into play. You know, are you going to get the ball back to the Sooners as their offense has been rolling score in the last two possessions? Can you yourself score as well? Lots of questions up in the air here.
Especially seeing that the Bearcats do not get the ball back to start the second half.
Really,
so scoring is ideal.
The last thing you'd want here is a 3 and out. Of course.
Emory Jones, 2 men in the backfield, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left, throws deep down the field for Smith, incomplete. Was underthrown just a little bit. Excuse me, it was Xavier Henderson, the intended receiver. Brings up second down and 10 from the 25.
And I didn't like that play. I think he relied too much on the running back as an option, and as soon as he was covered, it left Emory scrambling for a second option, and nothing was open.
If that ball was a little bit farther, I think Xavier Henderson might have gotten it, but obviously hypotheticals, and no one really knows. Second down and 10 from the 25. Jones with 2 men in the backfield once again. 3 men to the top. Takes the snap, hands it off to Kiner, and he goes nowhere. Loss of yardage, third down. Check that, gained a few, gained about 3. Third down and 7 from the 29 now for Cincinnati.
Still a long third down.
Still a long third down, still deep within your own territory here. 3 men to the top, 1 to the bottom. Kiner in the backfield still. Jones in the shotgun. Takes the snap, drops back to throw, looking over the middle. It's caught by Prater. First down, Cincinnati. His ears must be burning. We were talking about him.
Right. That's the announcers talking right there. We mentioned him there just about a minute back, and his ability to move his feet quickly. He's a fast guy. He was able to get open on that one on a slant route.
There you go. 7:33 and ticking to go here in the first half of play. Cincinnati trails by 7, 10-3. 2 men to the top, 1 to the bottom. Tight end to the right side as well. Running back in the backfield. Since tight end from motion from right to left, hands it off to Kiner. Gets to about the 40, second down.
I like running on first down more.
I do too.
Than on a long second down, of course.
I do too.
I feel like it just sets you up for 2 plays where you don't have to gain.
I think football fans as a whole like running on first down more than running on a long second. But that's just me talking as a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Brings up second down and 7 from the 41. 2 men to the bottom, 1 to the top, tight end to the left. Kiner in the backfield, tight end in motion from left to right. Jones takes the snap, fakes the handoff, pump fakes, throws to Mateer, and he's got him wide open down the sideline. Tackled down to the 24, first down Cincinnati.
Big explosive play there coming for the Bearcats at a time when they might have needed it.
That is exactly what you needed if you're Cincinnati. Tempo is going to play huge. You've got 25 seconds on the play clock, 6:15 to go in the first half, down 7. Touchdown is ideal. Field goal is okay. No points, not so much. Whistle is blown. Timeout is called by somebody. Boos coming from the student section now.
Yeah, a lot of confusion, not really sure what's going on the field. The players are still there.
Now,
checking the spot, they're moving the ball back.
Oklahoma head coach.
Not really sure
Brent
what just happened.
Venables comes out, is arguing the spot.
Did they just give it to him?
I guess. Interesting. No idea.
That was weird.
Not a clue. Don't ask, because I don't know.
That was weird.
Anyway, first down and 10. 3 men to the top, none to the bottom. Running back in the backfield. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws it away. In the area was Mateer. It looked like a busted play from the start.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those plays, and I see the Bearcats run it somewhat frequently where the running back, they run a play action or maybe even an option, doesn't hand it off to the running back, leaves him with one man to throw it down the field, and if he's not open, what else are you going to do but throw it away?
So now second down and 10 from the 24. 2 men in the backfield, takes the snap, hands it off to Kiner, and he is absolutely swarmed. Huge loss for Cincinnati. Brings up third.
Yeah, the Bearcats right around their 25-yard line right now. So this third down, you're either looking at getting the first here or maybe even just chipping away some yards to make the field goal easier at this point. Come off the field with points.
Now 5:22 to go. Third down and 12 from the 26. 2 men to the bottom, 1 to the top. Kiner in the backfield with Mateer to the right-hand side. Jones takes the snap, looks to throw deep down the field for Xavier Henderson. It's intercepted. Intercepted in the end zone. It'll be a touchback for Oklahoma. They'll have it on the 25-yard line.
Yeah, and that was a play where he thought he saw the one-on-one there with Henderson, which, of course, is a smart idea, but Oklahoma's safety
Drifted over
to the corner and was able to put him in dual coverage. Not really sure if you can blame Emery on that one, but if you were to blame him, you could say that he predicted the play too early.
He very much did. He thought he had it, and it was a very gutsy call that just did not go the right way. And with the situation that you're in, that's not the play you want to take.
Right.
To be very critical here, you're down 7. You don't get the ball back entering the second half with 5:02 remaining.
You need points out of that drive.
You need points. You at least need a field goal. Bearcats come away with nothing.
Of course, the story would be different if he ended up catching that ball.
Of course, the story would be different if he did catch that ball, but
now you got the Sooners with the ball back with 5:02 on the clock.
We're reporting it as it is, and as it is, not great.
Not feeling good.
Not great if you're a Bearcat fan. So with 5:02, Oklahoma 10, Cincinnati 3. Which in its own right is not bad. It could be worse for Cincinnati, definitely. I don't think it's too bad. It could be 21-3 by all stretch of the imagination. This kick is up and no good. Oh, wow. It's a kick for Cash. He just missed it. It was wide left. Better than Dana Beers, I'll tell you that much. Did you see that video?
I did, where
Good.
he kicked it in, just
And
rolled.
it just rolled.
Yeah,
It
you
rolled.
see videos of like awful celebrity first pitches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of that.
Awful Dana Beers field goal attempt. I need them to let me try one. I've made one from about the 15. So I might be able to do it if I got under it well enough. I'm just overconfident.
I'm bittersweet about the talk of field goals right now
I mean, that's fair.
because of what the Bearcats just came off the field with. Not a field goal.
Not that.
Same
Not a
as the
field
guy
goal.
who just came out to do the cash prize.
Yeah, but at least he kicked one.
True.
Either way.
5:02 to go. Oklahoma up
Either
10-3. A touchback interception.
Jones to this point, 6 for 13, 80 yards and a pick. Gabriel, 13 for 19, 191 yards and 1 touchdown.
Doing what he does. Bearcats still only allowing 32 rushing yards on the day. Certainly their strong point of the defense. We'll see what they come out with here.
First down and 10, takes the snap, looks to throw. Pump fakes, throws, caught at the sticks, breaks through a tackle, first down Oklahoma.
And pace really starts, not the player, the pace of the game starts to take play here with 4:47.
Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Pressure coming. Ball is batted down the screen. Play is broken up. Pretty much, I'm not sure if they threw it at the feet or if it was batted down. I think it was batted down by the Bearcat defense. And that's what they need more of, is that. Those strong plays breaking through. 2nd and 10 from 32. Gabriel, single back in the backfield. Takes the snap, hands it off over the middle, and he is absolutely stuffed at the line of scrimmage.
And another third down. It's been the story of the game so
third down.
far. Can the Bearcats get a crucial stop here with 4 minutes and 29 seconds and ticking on the clock? Maybe get the ball back here.
A huge lineup change for Cincinnati. Corleone, Briggs into the lineup. Malik Van also into the lineup on the defensive line. Jack Dingle showing blitz on the near side. 2 men to either side. Takes the snap. Gabriel looking, throws, incomplete.
And that's excellent defense right there from Brian Threats. We've seen him all year. He's been a problem for receivers.
Intended receiver, the tight end, Austin Stonger.
Looked like another hitch route. Oklahoma seems to love those, especially on 10 yards.
They're riding the hitch route. It is what they have been most productive with. Oklahoma punting for what? The second time today? Third? Second? Third?
Something like that.
Something? Not very many. 4th and 9 from the 33. Punt is up and away. Spiraling kick. Gonna let it bounce. He's gonna pick it up and get absolutely leveled at about the 28. Player lost his hat. It's number 24 for Cincinnati, Todd Bumpus. With 3:51 to go, Bearcats get the ball back as we enter immediate timeout.
Yeah, and we talked about it on the last drive. At the very least, get some points out of this one.
This is their last chance.
Get some
This is
points.
where they need to get points.
Or else this game could get out of hand. You give Oklahoma the ball back coming out of the half.
A tie going into halftime is the most ideal scenario for Cincinnati at this point. 2:10 on this media break. Checking the sky cam, I think it got hit. Which I feel like is a huge worry for Skycam ops like that, you know? The punt hits a cable and it jostles the camera around, or the ball hits the camera itself. Skycam looks to be okay. If you were wondering, I'm a huge broadcast snob, so I love the equipment. I love seeing the Skycam glide around and do its little job. I believe Skycam ops are some of the highest paid. Skycam utilities are some of the highest paid too. It's a very dangerous job.
Of course. And we'd like to see what the Bearcats come out with here on offense. The receiving, they got Henderson with 26 yards, Wiggins with 5. They each producing for the Bearcats. And on the rushing side, Montgomery with 14, Kiner with 11 yards. A lack of production coming there, but 3 points are on the board, and they have a chance to score a touchdown and tie the game.
So we shall see here as we enter the waning seconds of this media break. 3:51 to go here first half. Oklahoma 10, Bearcats 3. So they have, like you said, chance to even things out here. And with the defense, how the defense has been performing mildly inconsistently, but figuring it out as of recent, there's a chance that they could open up the second half fairly strong.
Right, and Oklahoma being the third highest scoring offense in college ball is something to note here. SMU having the crown right now, if it were for holding Oklahoma to the least amount of points, they let up 28 points. So going into the half with 10 for Oklahoma and ourselves with 3, there's some sort of pat on the back for that.
There is. There. If you had asked a Cincinnati fan 4 years ago about this game, they'd been like, oh, this is terrible. Jones takes a snap. Pressure coming, evades it, takes off himself, and he's going to gain about 6. Brings up second about 4. But like I was saying, they wouldn't have known how this would have gone 4 years ago if you had asked a Bearcat fan then. But as of recent, Bearcats can compete with just about anybody.
And on that play, we see Emory Jones using his feet to pick up yards, something he can do. He keeps the defense guessing on that one. Picks up 6.
2nd and 4, 30, ball placed on the 34. Jones takes the snap, looks to throw. Throw across to D. Wiggins, makes the catch, first down, Cincinnati.
And a good hitch route ran there. Left him in the middle of defenders and a zone defense from Oklahoma.
Now it's time to see what the tempo is for Cincinnati. Oklahoma very quick to the ball. Cincinnati might do the same thing. 3 men to the top, 1 back in the backfield. Tight end to the right side. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw, throws a deep one to the sideline, incomplete. Intended for Xavier Henderson. Brings up 2nd and 10.
Finally giving him that one-on-one ball that he deserved. I remember the interception in the end zone kind of looked something like that, except the safety doesn't come over that time. Pass just a little overthrown there and out of bounds.
Now a little bit more breathing time to work with here with the clock stopped off the incompletion. Jones takes the snap, rolls out, hits the check down to Montgomery. Montgomery almost breaks through a tackle but loses yardage. Brings up 3rd and long.
Lost 3 on that play. A screen pass coming from the Bearcats, hoping for some open field but didn't find it.
Ball now on the 41-yard line. Clock ticking. 2:12 to go. 2 men at the top, 1 at the bottom, 2 men in the backfield. Tight end switching from right to left. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw, looking, throws to D. Wiggins, makes the leaping catch. Shy of the sticks, caught at the 50. It will be 4th down.
Cincinnati's offense thus far staying on the field. The timeout, of course, having them walk off. We'll see what Satterfield brings out here.
Timeout, Oklahoma. Ball placed on the 50. It'll be 4th down and 4 for the Bearcats coming out of the break. $1:47 to go.
So there was the first down. The The pass intended there for Henderson to the Oklahoma 29, incomplete. Then a screen pass to Montgomery that was for negative yardage, negative 3 yards. And then a pass for 9 yards to Wiggins on that one, putting the Bearcats at the 50-yard line here. 4 down territory.
Very much so.
Is the risk worth it? And Satterfield says no as he brings on Fletcher.
We'll see. Maybe they'll do a fake punt.
I love a good fake punt. I love a good fake punt.
You'll never know.
I'd be doubtful, but
I mean, I would too, but you'd love to see it. 4th and 4 from the 50. Snap is taken. Fletcher punts it away. Fair catch called for and caught at the 6.
And Fletcher does a fantastic job there of punting, keeping them inside the 10-yard line, them being the Oklahoma Sooners.
There's an NFL career waiting for that one. He is destined for the NFL.
Certainly.
His brother, a punter for Arkansas. It's a pretty cool game last season for the home opener as those two got to play against each other.
Bearcats now on defense. The hope on the last drive was for the Bearcats to score going into the half. Now you just hope to hold them to a 10-3 game here on this drive.
1:41 to go. Gabriel takes the snap, hands it off up the middle. He's tackled down. Jack Dingle makes the tackle and goes down. He looks to be in a lot of pain, was clutching his forearm. Not sure what's up with him. Go to another injury timeout, 1:31 remaining. Huge part of this Bearcat defense. Medical training staff out to check on him.
Yeah, you said he was a huge part of this Bearcats defense. He recorded 2 tackles against Eastern Kentucky, 3 at Pitt, and 2 against Miami, Ohio.
Gets up. It looks like he may have just gotten the wind knocked out of him, honestly. The way that he's holding himself.
And that can put you down.
That very much can put you down. Speaking from experience, it's rough. Getting the wind knocked out, he was not a good feeling.
I'm interested to see how aggressive Oklahoma's offense will come out here if they'll try to shoot for the end zone.
2nd down and 6, ball placed on the 12-yard line. Gabriel takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Pressure coming, throws it away. That ball is live. It's going to roll out at the sticks. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
You would have loved to have that one as a Bearcat fan.
Oh, my goodness. That was almost really cool. I'm at a loss for words. 3rd down and 10 on the loss of yardage off the fumble. Minute 17 backed up against the student section. Gabriel calling his cadence. 2 men to either side, 1 back in the backfield. Calling an audible. 5 seconds on the play clock. Takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking over the middle, caught. Trying to make something happen, gets to the 1st down line, not there. 4th down.
And the Bearcats are going to have to run their 1-minute drill here.
Minute 7 to go. Timeout called by Oklahoma. Timeout called by Cincinnati, excuse me.
And I'm getting word that Dingle injured his shoulder on that play.
Never mind, I was wrong.
I thought the same thing, so we're in the same boat.
The way he was holding himself, it looked like he may have just gotten the wind knocked out of him, but he was holding himself in such a way that to relieve stress of his shoulder. Which does make sense in how he was holding himself.
Bearcats going to get the ball back, 1:07 on the clock. We didn't think that they would get the ball back, but here we are. 4th and 1 for Oklahoma. They're punting. Ball at the 19-yard line, 18-yard line.
We'll see how many the Bearcats send. Looks like they might send a lot. Play clock counting down. Snap is taken. They send the house. Get the punt away.
It's a bad punt.
It is a bad punt. It's going to land in Oklahoma territory.
And the Bearcats are going to set up their offense at around the 47-yard line.
That is crazy.
Could be another scenario where they turn defense into offense.
First down and 10 from the 46 is the official word. There's some extracurriculars going on. A little bit of jawing back and forth. .58 seconds to go. The stat comparison. Total rushing yards, Cincinnati 37, Oklahoma 34. Passing yards, Cincinnati 96, Oklahoma 212.
There's the difference.
There's the difference. First and 10 from the 46. Jones, single back in the backfield, 3 at the bottom, 1 at the top. Takes the snap, drops back to throw. Pressure coming, throws it away to Mateer, and he makes the catch at the 40 and gets out of bounds, stops the clock.
And I love the effort on that catch. Not only does he secure the grab,
but
while he's getting hit, is extending the ball forward,
sending
and he stops the clock.
He reached the ball out of bounds to stop the clock.
High IQ play there.
High IQ. Second and 3 from the 39. Jones empty set. Drops back to throw. Looking. Throws to Mateer. He's got it. He does not have it. He drops it. He had it in his hands at the 20 and drops the pass. The shock.
Yeah,
he was wide open.
Another attempt throwing Mateer's way on that one. It looked like it landed in his hands, maybe bounced a little hard off his chest and fell out. He would have been the man of the hour had he caught that one.
Oh, my goodness. 46 seconds, 3rd and 3. Single back set. 2 men to either side. Jones takes the snap. Quick pass, caught by Smith, and he picks up the first down and gets out of bounds, stopping the clock.
Another great effort there. He was fighting to get out of bounds. Did a little spin move, a little dance to get there.
These are some high IQ plays made on the sidelines here.
And the Bearcats now at the 25.
They are driving. They are making their way.
Just no turnovers here.
No turnovers. 2 men to either side. Kiner in the backfield, 2. Jones is right. Ball is on the 25-yard line. Jones takes the snap, fakes the handoff, drops back to throw. Looking over the middle for Xavier Henderson. There was a little bit of a jersey grab. And some pushing and shoving after the play's called dead. No flags thrown anywhere. Brings up 2nd and 10.
And that pushing and shoving went on for a while after the play was dead.
Oklahoma is talking their smack.
I like the shot they're going for the end zone. Doesn't really hurt us.
Good shot on first down. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Jones in the shotgun single back set. Takes the snap, drops back to throw. Pressure coming. Throws it away. It's caught on the sideline by Prater. Right short of the sticks. Makes it 3rd and 1.
And some textbook route running there from Prater as he ran a hitch route towards the sideline, made an easy grab and got out. Bearcats now at the 15.
1st and 10 is the call. Ball on the 15. 31 seconds to go. 3 to the top, 1 to the bottom. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw. Design quarterback run, spin move over the middle. He's still going. He's going to get driven forward, pushing the pile, and he's going to be tackled down after a gain of about 4. 2nd down.
Yeah, Oklahoma's been bringing the pressure on this one, on this drive. UC's been fortunate to have some good pass blocking thus far. On that last one, they finally get to him, but he was able to spin out of the pocket and pick up a good gain.
Timeout call by Cincinnati. They have 1 left, 24 seconds to go here in the first half.
It looks like they just spotted him 2 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage.
Makes that 2nd and 8, ball on the 13. Beautiful. It's a beautiful day. This is a college football day.
It's a great day for some noon football, I agree.
It really is, and I'm loving the noon kickoff. Noon kickoffs might be my favorite. because then I have the rest of the day.
Yeah, you get to go home, watch the rest of these games. There's a beautiful college football slate on today, too, just to
I
put
get
a
to
cherry
go
on
to
top.
the FC Cincinnati match against Charlotte tonight. So I'll be at the pitch tonight, and then I'll go home and watch the rest of college football after.
I have a friend doing that same
soccer.
thing. So.
Very excited. FC Cincinnati still top of the table, making their playoff push. Back to the gridiron, 24 seconds to go. 2nd and 8 from the 13. 3 men on the top, 1 on the bottom. Jones with a single back. It's Kiner to his right. 18 seconds on the play clock to go. Going to adjust their lineup here. 10 seconds to go. Brings in Singletary for some extra pass protection. Jones takes the snap. Whistle is blown. Flag is thrown.
Maybe he didn't get it off in time there.
False start on Cincinnati. False start on 56. Your culprit, DeAndre Buford. Pushes him back 5 yards, 2nd and 13.
And that hurts.
That does.
That makes not only, if it comes down to it, the field goal tougher, but it also makes the first down tougher. Now 13 yards out from getting that.
Have to make it to the 5-yard line to get the first down. Gonna flip the formation. Jones takes the snap, drops back to throw. Looking, it's gonna be caught by D. Wiggins. Quickly to the line. Timeout call.
18 seconds on the clock. A good catch by D. Wiggins. He had a defender all over him, but managed to win in that battle.
It's exactly what you needed from D. Wiggins. Absolutely perfect.
And a good throw from Emory Jones, too. Throws it a little low to
yeah.
the point where the defender couldn't get to it. A quick ball, too, nonetheless.
Very quick ball.
A good play. 3rd and 4 now. Ball's on the 9-yard line. Bearcats 9 yards out from the end zone.
Said it before, I'll say it again. Touchdown ideal. Field goal is okay. No points, not so much.
And it's looking, knock on wood, not to jinx us, it's looking like that is very possible here.
I just knocked on our countertop. I think it's made of wood.
Hopefully.
It sounds like wood, so I think it's wood. It might be fake wood, but it's still wood.
It's wood today.
It's wood today. As long as you're not knocking on metal, it's okay.
Is that the rule?
Yes. That's what I've heard. I don't know. It may not be true, but that's what I've heard. Is knocking on metal makes it bad luck.
18 seconds, 9 yards to the end zone, 4 to the first down. It's 3rd down for the Bearcats.
Bearcats trail 10-3. First half coming to a close in 18 seconds. Jones with 2 to either side. Single back set. Takes the snap. Drops back. Throws. Overthrown, incomplete, no flag thrown.
And a lot of contact there, so the crowd, of course, disgruntled. 4th down, field goal unit comes out.
Brown coming out. Kick will be taken from the 16.
And this is an important field goal.
Mark it a 27-yard field goal. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. It is no good. He missed it. It's wide left. Bearcats can't capitalize. 11 seconds left. It might just be a knee into the locker room for Oklahoma.
We talked about it for 3, 4, maybe even 5 possessions, however many it's been since the Bearcats scored on their last field goal. We've continuously talked about just putting points up, getting us out of this stale point.
I think we need to stop talking about it. I think it's the jinx.
I'm telling you, this table might not be made out of wood.
I think it's the announcer's jinx. They will take it to a knee and send it to the locker room at the half. Cincinnati 3, Oklahoma 10.
A bittersweet 10-3, must I say.
A bittersweet 10-3. I mean, it's not horrible. It's not bad. It's manageable. It just depends on the halftime adjustments made coming out. So we'll see.
We will.
Heading to the locker room once again, Cincinnati 3, Oklahoma 10. We'll be back with a halftime report. It'll be Preston and Caleb for your second half. You're listening to Bearcat Football here on Bearcat Sports Radio.
The Bearcat Band is sporting brand new updated uniforms to mark our entry into this new era. We thank the Office of the Provost and the Division of Student Affairs for providing the funds necessary for this major purchase. We also thank current Bearcat Band telephone players and GAAP student Erica Frost for creating the initial design. The Bearcat Band and Spirit Squads pay tribute to this momentous occasion and welcome the Commissioner of the Big 12 Conference, Brett Yorkhoff, the historic Nippert Stadium and opening halftime with a special tribute. The Bearcat Band continues with a song by three-time Grammy Award-winning artist, Pink. Feel free to join Pink with this rock and roll anthem and dance right there in your seats as the Bearcat Band rocks out with Never Gonna Not Dance Again. today's halftime show, the Bearcat Band performs a powerful and emotional number from the movie The Greatest Showman. To match the Big 12 aspiration of this year's marching band, football team, and student body, the Bearcat Band performs A Million Dreams. Real Weather from Soul. Northern Videography by Chris Sutton and Andrew Morgan. Consistent with game director Ryan Moore. The voice of UC Bearcat Marching Band is Randy Still. The next field performance of the Bearcat Marching Band will be Saturday, October 14th, right here at the historic Nippert Stadium as our Bearcats host Big 12 opponent Iowa State as UC's down the drive homecoming. Go Bearcats!
Bearcats fans, today's game is presented by Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. The electrified Toyota Tundra Hybrid EV is designed, engineered, and built in the USA. This new Tundra is more powerful and more capable than ever. For all Toyota offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Virginia versus NC State. Cavaliers needing a 2-point conversion to tie. They were backed up 15 yards on an unsportsmanlike penalty, but somehow Anthony Calangria finds Malachi Fields to tie the game. But inside the final 36 seconds, NC State drives to set up the game-winning field goal. It's blocked. From on the phone, James Jackson whistled with a personal foul for leaping over the line. That gives the Wolfpack another shot at it, and Brandon Ryerson nails his 33-yard field goal for the win. One other Big 12 team in action at the moment is TCU faces SMU in the battle for the Iron Skillet. Chandler Morris finds tight end Jared Wiley for a 2-yard strike, and the Horned Frogs take a 14-3 lead in the first half. Elsewhere, some top 5 teams on upset alert. Number 4, Florida State and Clemson. Cade Plumpton finds Will Shipley for a 10-yard strike. And the Tigers lead the 4th-ranked Seminoles by 10 late in the first half. Early fireworks between number 2 Michigan and Rutgers, the 3rd offensive play of the game. Gavin Prinsack finds Christian Dremel, and nobody's going to catch him. 69 yards for a touchdown. Michigan comes back.
Halftime here at Nippert. Bearcats trail 10-3 against Oklahoma. I'm Preston Baker. He's Caleb Taylor here for the second half. That first half, there's a lot from that first half.
Yeah. If you're the Bearcats, you know you're lucky to still be in this situation. Oklahoma's giving you a lot of opportunities to take the lead and get control in this game. And I feel like we're just going to reiterate a lot of the points that we kind of hit at the end of last week's game. It's just play calling, especially in the red zone. You just brought it up to me. Of our last 11 times inside of the 25, only 6 times have points been put on the board. 4 times were field goals. So the red zone play calling has to be significantly better. We just had Emory Jones throw an interception in the red zone. Third down defense has been rather weak today. I mean, felt like it used to be, 1 to 2 years ago, you heard that siren and you knew the defense was getting off the field. And then third down has just been a struggle today. And third down offense has been abysmal today. That's just the play calling to set up those third downs have also not been great either.
Yeah, and the Bearcats on third down, 2 of 9 in the first half. And I mean, Oklahoma just 4 of 9. So both teams, third down has not been great for either side. And that's something that you're going to have to fix in this second half. And you're lucky to go in that locker room in a 10-3 ball game. And I mean, truly though, with how the later portions of that half went, it probably should be a tie game. You missed a couple opportunities there late inside the 15,
including a missed field goal.
And a missed field goal that would at least have made it a 10-6 game. And every point matters at this point in a ball game like this. We know it's. I think we're going to be lucky if the winning team scores 24 points in this one. I mean, that's really what it's coming down to.
It's really shaping up to be that way.
It's going to be a low-scoring, tight ball game here unless somebody turns something on. But I think both defenses are just going to be, I mean, they're going to be tight. They're going to be strong. Neither team's going to give up much of anything, and that's what we saw in the first half. And Cincinnati's defense did a great job. Oklahoma's going to have to really use that high-tempo, no huddle type offense.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think they really deferred that choice to the second half because they want Gabriel to come out and play as quickly as possible. We're going to see Oklahoma try and score 7 points at as quick a time as possible. We're down the defense. They know Cincinnati's been having some injuries. We're not sure why, but Pace is out today. And then you got
Pace and
Dingle possibly out now for the rest of the game.
Shorts on the sideline. Jacob Dingle left with an injury and didn't look all too good. It didn't look like he was able to move that left arm, or the right arm when he was walking by.
You always got to think collarbone when that happens.
We'll see if we see Jacob Dingle again. I don't see him on the sideline in shorts and a t-shirt or anything, but we'll see when this defense comes out for the second half what the deal is with Jacob Dingle and if he's going to be able to play. Rory Bell on to kick off, just his second time today having to kick off. We'll carry you through the second half of action here at Nippert Stadium. Bearcats and Sooners. Bell will kick off. And the second half is underway. Jalil Farouk back deep to return. He's going to let that bounce over his head for a touchback. And Oklahoma will start with the ball at their own 25.
Now, I mean, this is the first game, and I'd say is a long slate of great football today, Preston.
There is. There's a lot going on today. There's a lot to look for, a lot to watch for, which will be really fun to see kind of how certain games go and certain ranked teams that are, I mean, 6 of them have to lose today because there's 6 ranked, first ranked matchups.
A lot of great ranked matchups, including that Ohio State-Notre Dame game later tonight.
Oklahoma gets set here. DG, empty backfield. 2 receivers wide either side and H-back to the left. He's going to try to motion his receiver across. Drake Stoops coming across the formation. And that's going to be a handoff that was messed up. That's batted down by Cincinnati.
Play call. Gabriel is not happy with his running back right now.
He did not know what was going on there. It was a real miscommunication. It looked like Gavin Freeman was coming across the formation. I think Freeman was supposed to take a fake jet, and then they were supposed to find a drag, and he didn't even take the fake jet, so Gabriel was confused there in the backfield. It'll be 2nd and 10. Motion across, Jalil Farouk. They're going to take the snap. Gabriel looks to his left, looking across the middle. Pass in the air. He has a man. Catch up at the 41. He's going to get dropped at the 45. That was Andrell Anthony, I think that was. Looked like a 5. No, it was a 1.
Gibson.
It was Jaden Gibson.
You can't give Dylan Gabriel time to throw like that. He's an established quarterback, and that's why.
Quick snap for Oklahoma. Gabriel looking deep. Not a ton of pressure for Cincinnati. Over the middle, Austin Stogner. Stogner at the 50. He's going to get up to the 49 of Cincinnati. Get dropped for a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5 now in Cincinnati territory. Oklahoma's going to go fast with it. 2-by-2 set now. Stogner in the backfield. It's kind of a weird spot for him there. They're going to motion a receiver across. They are going to pitch it. That was that play right there. Trying to go all the way to the sideline with it. Gavin Freeman, he's got no gain.
Great job by the Bearcats. They saw that one earlier, recognized it, and fortunately got a man to the sideline quickly.
Gavin Freeman actually lost 3 on that. It's going to be third down and 8 now from the Oklahoma 48.
The Bearcats going to run on their heavier set. Eric Phillips and Dante Corleone checking in for this big 3rd down.
I like having Corleone on 3rd down because he wasn't in on 3rd downs in the first half, and that was when we were allowing it. Sooners 4 of 9 on 3rd down. That's their 10th opportunity today. Tight set here, tight end on the right side. They're going to move Jalil Farouk across the formation. He's going to zig back. 2 receivers wide to the left, running back to the right of Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel drops back, flag on the play. He's going to throw it. He'll find Drake Stoops. Stoops up to the 43. That's going to be a 1st down, but we'll see what the flag is. It was in the offensive backfield. It's going to be an illegal shift.
I said it has to be some sort of illegal shift.
Cincinnati's going to benefit. That's going to be a 5-yard penalty. That's going to take away that 1st down and move it back to a 3rd and 12.
Penalties today for Oklahoma. 12 men on the field, illegal formation.
It's a good little drag play there inside. Drake Stoops was able to make a catch and just get over the sticks, but doesn't matter. Big third down here. Actually, not a big third down here. I just wanted to say it. 2-by-2 set. Running back to the left of Dylan Gabriel. Cincinnati showing 4, actually showing 6 now. They're going to flip. They're going to move all the D linemen down, shift them right. Showing 6 now is Cincinnati. Dropping back, Dylan Gabriel, rush coming. Gabriel hit as he throws, and that's off the hands of Drake Stoops. Stoops was open. He was going to have a first down if he caught that. Just a little too high, went off his hands. It's going to be a 4th down.
Bearcats catching a break there. That was a very easily catchable ball. But nonetheless, Bearcats get an opportunity here and get their offense on the field for the first time in the second half.
Drake Stoops is one. I've always liked watching Drake Stoops play, and a son of legendary coach Bob Stoops, so I actually got to meet over in the visiting radio booth during the first quarter.
Big day for you.
That was pretty cool.
Got to see Gus Johnson a little bit ago.
I got to sit in with a headset on the OU radio call for the first half. That was pretty fun. Really like their broadcast or punt in the air. Oklahoma's punter's not had a great day. This one actually a pretty good punt. He'll fair catch it at the 14. That was Braden Smith. But, yeah, Toby Rowland, the Oklahoma radio guy, I always try to listen to him when I can. A lot of times Oklahoma's games overlap, but especially during basketball and baseball season, be tuning in. So when I knew they were coming here, I was like, I got to reach out to him and see. And say, yeah, come in, sit and listen to the broadcast when you can. But, you know, now we're doing our own broadcast, so gotta go do that.
And hopefully looking for a different looking offense, one with a spark in it here in this second half. They've not been able to find the end zone yet, just 3 points on the board, not a whole lot of yards either. Only finished up that first half going 15 of 39 for rushing, passing, only 136 yards. Jones 13 of 24 and an interception.
Emory Jones has had a very quiet 13 completions, too. I feel like the one wheel route to Shimon Mateer was really good. I think there's been a couple of bad drops, though. Shimon Mateer's second target was a drop on a very similar wheel route. If Mateer catches that, he might find pay dirt. But
there's a couple bad drops down on this side of the field on that last drive.
That third, or the third down play down towards the end zone, I did like the rub route concept. It's a rub route, not a pick play. Big difference. Yeah. I like the rub route concept on there, but it didn't quite do what you wanted it to. And Oklahoma's defense did a good job because they wanted to try, Cincinnati wanted to cross over the DBs. Oklahoma's defense stayed. They stayed home. So they were able to stay and match up one-on-one, so you didn't really have that crossover on the rub that was going to get you a spot. But it'll be interesting to see the close yardage play calling has been interesting, to say the least, today.
Yeah, I'd like to see some inside blockers, maybe a man in motion, not so much as many dive plays right up the middle. They just haven't really seemed to work out. That Cincinnati front four, especially in the run game, is getting pushed around a little bit by Oklahoma's defensive line.
Yeah, Oklahoma's shown they've shown some interesting sets too. They sent a lot of pressure early in the ball game.
They kind of mixed up a lot of looks.
They wanted to set a tone, it felt like, early. They were sending a lot of pressure and scaring Emory Jones.
Why did Cincinnati try and run the ball up the middle with 7 men stacking the box?
Yeah, there's been a couple that, but then Oklahoma later in that half kind of backed off. And once Oklahoma started to back off a bit was when you saw Emory Jones be able to feel more comfortable, drop back, check his reads, be able to find men, and be able to make plays. And so we'll see what Oklahoma does here defensively. Also, what I've liked that Emory Jones has done, get your tight ends in the ball game. Shimon Mateer's had a couple of real big plays, and Evan Prater's played really well in the first half as well. 2-by-2 set. Cincinnati will start with the ball on their own 14. Emory will take the snap. He drops back. Oklahoma brings 4, completed up to Aaron Turner. Turner up past the first down marker. That's going to be a gain of 12.
That was actually
Smith.
That was great. Veteran knowledge from Jones there. He immediately reads the zone coverage, knows this man's going to be wide open and gets the ball off quick. Easy first down.
Easy pitch and catch. Quick little comeback to Braden Smith. I got to remember that Smith is 0 and Turner's 9, not the other way around. It's been like that all season.
You struggled with those two this year. It was like Ethan Wright last year because he was always changing numbers. We could never figure out where he was.
Hey, Ethan Wright made a good play on the punt today.
He did. He did.
I know I texted you right when it happened. Three receivers wide out, or actually 2 receivers and an H-back to the right, 1 to the left. Emery will take the snap. He checks to his left, throws it deep, has Xavier Henderson. Henderson catches it at the 39, tries to make a move. He's going to get one more after the catch. He'll get up to the 40, and that's a first down for
solid
Cincinnati.
pitch and catch. I like the shakeup of the playbook so far. Working to get the ball more downfield, some time perhaps to get your receivers, a little bit more time to get open, and Jones,
John Williams is out in formation there on the right side. We're going to see a screen here, and Cincinnati has numbers on that right side. If they can go quick with it, try to get a screen, they're actually going to run it up the middle. Corey Kiner makes a move. He'll be up past the 45, driving his legs. He's going to get ahead for a couple more.
Yeah, a little spin move there worked, able to carry a couple Sooners with him, and that's a pretty big gain there. A little trickery.
Corey Kiner, 8 on that one.
They're going to line it up again.
Cincinnati 49. John Williams out in formation again. They're going to run it up the middle. Corey Kiner has a seam. He'll get a first down and some. He's up to the Oklahoma 45. Quick offense here for Cincinnati. They're trying to just get to the line and go.
Someone get Williams off the.
They got two.
They're lining it up again.
Linemen outside. They only have 3 on the line right here. They got 2 linemen in formation. They're going to hand it off up the middle. Kiner's going to slip on a cutback. He'll gain 2.
Kiner's just kind of smart and going down right there. He was really outnumbered on that one.
Yeah, Oklahoma left the box like normal. Cincinnati had linemen out in slot receiver type spots.
Matire as well. He just checked back into the game, lined up on the right side in the slot.
2nd and 8 now for Cincinnati. 2 by 2. Running back to the right of Emory Jones. Emory will take the snap. He drops back. Oklahoma brings 4. Throw to the right side, just over the hands. That was Woody Washington.
That was a risky throw there. He was looking for Xavier Henderson. It looks like it was too late to throw to Henderson, but he had a wide open Kiner on the wheel route there. He should have looked too.
He was looking at, and that is the one thing. We know that Xavier Henderson is kind of Emory's safety valve, but sometimes he does rely a little too much.
Yeah, he gets
on
kind of
Henderson to get open.
Looking at a guy, he didn't give Mateo much of a look, and then went quickly to Henderson and kind of forced a throw there that might not have been there.
3 wide to the right, 1 to the left. Oklahoma cover 2 here, defense. Dropping back is Emory. He's going to try to find a seam, try to make something work with it. Makes a man miss. He's up to the 40. Big spin move. He's to the 37. 36 on that.
Jones able to make something out of nothing right there.
I think that's going to be, it's 4th down. You got to go for it. You have to go for it. 4th down and 1 from the 36. They're gonna go a butt push here. They're just gonna try to shove Emory through.
I wish we could have saw this play last week on the goal line.
Emory in tight, I formation under center. They're going to hand it off to Miles Montgomery. Montgomery shoots ahead, and he's going to have just enough for a first down. 35 was the line to gain. He's about 2 feet over the 35. That's going to be a first down. First 4th down conversion for either team today. Nobody attempted a 4th down yet. 1st and 10 from the 34 now for Cincinnati.
Also, it is not looking good for
they're gonna check spot.
It's not looking good for the Rutgers plus 24 crowd right now.
They're gonna check spot, but the one thing that Cincinnati has in their favor, call on the field was a first down. It's really hard to overturn a scrum play like that.
Yeah, you really don't see it. It's hard to get that spot exactly right off of the video. So if there's any indication that they think he's over.
I don't think you're going to be able to tell when a knee is down. That's at least what I'm hoping for at this point. If not, it'll be Oklahoma football at the 35. So truly, a turnover on downs it doesn't kill you. Obviously, you want the football. You want to have an opportunity to score, but they're not going to have amazing field position from a turnover on downs here. They do have more cameras because it is a big time Fox game here. They do have more cameras going. There's a lot of just scrum there. There's a lot of bodies. I think you're going to have to make this call stand at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe he was able to at least get the ball enough over.
I do watch replays with red and black colored goggles on sometimes, but I feel like we're also one of the first to be critical of a call being wrong. I know that completion in the first half.
I was sitting there. Ethan's like, "Oh, he caught that." And I was sitting there. I said, "Dude, he wasn't even close to catching that. That was way out of bounds." Because I was standing here looking. I was perfectly level on the field with where he was at, and I was like, yeah, he's out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah,
Ruling on the
falls in
field
sand.
stands. You're not going to be able to confirm anything. Those are tough plays to review because it's a scrum. There's a lot of bodies. There's a lot of legs. There's a lot of arms. You're not going to be able to really tell. So Cincinnati 1st and 10, just on the plus side of the 35. I mean, just across the line. 2 wide out to the left, 1 to the right. H-back to the right. Running back to the left of Emery. We haven't seen the pistol yet on this drive, which is surprising. Emery will take the snap, looks to his left, screen play, double pass. Aaron Turner throws it. He's got a man. Peyton Singletary just over his hands. Wow, Braden Smith throws that across the field. Good throw. Peyton Singletary just couldn't quite get up there.
I mean, he had no choice but kind of put it up. He really did give Singletary a chance at it, honestly. Not a bad thrown ball at all. It was away from the defender enough. Sadly, just out of the fingertips.
You like getting that 6'4" frame in a jump ball 50-50 opportunity, that's for sure.
Always like to see a receiver make throws like that, though. That was great ball placement.
2x2 set. Emery takes the snap, 2nd and 10. They're going to fake the handoff, throw over to Xavier Henderson. It's off his hands and out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and 10. It was a quick play. It was a read option that, I mean, there was a lot of guys in the box. I think Emery made the right read. Tried to do an RPO on it, and there was just the run wasn't really open, the pass wasn't really open. That's a timing play that the timing just wasn't
Oklahoma's
there.
done a good job, mixing up their looks in the box. Sometimes they show 4 and they'll send 7s.
4 of 10 now is Cincinnati, or 2 of 10 now, excuse me, is Cincinnati on 3rd down.
And Cincinnati's gonna have 5 with a hand on the ground to face.
3rd and 10 for the Bearcats. Emery's gonna drop back. Bringing 7 is Oklahoma, and they're gonna sack him. Oklahoma brought a lot of guys right there.
Yeah, not really much time for Jones there. And Bearcats are facing a 4th down here. You're gonna bring out the field goal unit.
Gonna kick a field goal. Field goal's gonna be from, what is that? It's on the 37. That's gonna be 54 yards.
I mean, I almost feel like that's just as much as a risk as going for it.
55 yards for Carter Brown.
Two of Brown's last 3 kicks have gone.
Snap, hold, kick is up. In the air, and it's good. Wow, Carter Brown from 55.
Squeaks it right into the cabana.
Whoa, that was not a good snap either.
That was not a good snap at all.
Wow.
Excellent job by your placeholder there, Bryce Burton, to get that one perfectly squared, because I mean, truly, that was really on your placeholder right there. That was not a good snap.
Oh my gosh.
Really low, almost a ground ball, and Burton gets it perfect, laces out.
That felt like some of those high fly balls you see into the outfield. It just sat in the air forever. I don't think he makes that from 56. I mean, I don't think he had 2 yards of ground on that.
No,
that barely
I don't know if he had
itself
55.
Field goal there for the Bearcats. It's 10-6. That could be a momentum field goal right there. But you need 6. You can't be settling for 3. And I mean, on that, that really was not a settle for 3 moment right there. That is a good job for going and getting us 3. But now it's funny. Now Carter Brown's makes have been 54 and 40, and his miss was 23, I think it was. I mean, his miss was close, and his makes have been from deep. Yeah, his makes are 40 and 54. And then the miss, I don't think they have the miss on this paper. I'll have to look for it. But yeah, your chip shot is your miss, and your long ones are your makes. That's got to be close to a school record too for a single field goal for 54 there. There's no way there's been much longer than 54. The miss was from 26. So his makes are 40 and 54. His miss is 26.
Everything on that first miss looked pretty bad. It looked like it was just not a good snap and hold.
Yeah, that whole operation there on that first kick was just not it. Did not like much of that. if you made the field goal, it'd be a one. If you made that field goal before half, it'd be a 1-point game.
What are you talking about?
If you scored a touchdown, you'd have the lead.
You were
But-
mentioning earlier in the week to me that you rewatched the end of that Miami game, and you said it looked like they lined up about 3 to 4 yards closer.
I think it wasn't quite 3 to 4. I think it was maybe 2. But I think they short snapped that field goal a little bit, sped everything up, and that's why that field goal got blocked. I mean, I think that played a major role in it. That's for sure. Rory Bell will be on to kickoff. Student section.
This is the most
Shout out
quarters
them.
consecutive I've seen a student
I
section.
I made a joke in the OU radio booth. I was like, yeah, we're lucky that our student section's not leaving after the second quarter. And they're like, no, it's like that at OU too. Don't worry.
Last week on our walk home, Preston and I passed a guy one of those overalls, and he goes, "Oh, I can't find my buddy. He's on the phone. He goes, he left for Top Cat 7 minutes into the game."
And we both yelled, screw that dude. He's like, yeah, screw that dude. Rory Bell will kick off. Jalil Farouk back deep. He is going to let that go over his head. Jalil Farouk last week opens the game
boy.
against Tulsa. Is there some extracurriculars?
Yeah, there was a punch thrown.
Is there any flags?
Nope.
No? All right. Yeah,
Let's see.
Jalil Farouk last week, though, opens the ball game at Tulsa. A 60-yard kickoff return. He fumbles the return at the end of the return. Tulsa scoops it up, and they started with the ball after a 60-yard return. First real offensive drive that Oklahoma had, Jalil Farouk scored like a 40-yard touchdown on.
And it looks like it was Owen Heineke, the linebacker from Oklahoma, who's tying up some UC players and eventually got a hand to the
Oklahoma
face.
hands it off. A little bit of a seam there. That's going to be a big gain. That'll be 17 yards for the running back, Marcus Major.
Yeah, it's going to be the longest run of the day so far for Oklahoma.
The first
Actually,
real good run for Oklahoma.
I take that back.
all
They did
day.
have a 19-yard. Major had a 19-yard
Read option there. Dylan Gabriel's going to keep it. They're going to throw a flag for a late hit. Gabriel gave himself up on that. Unfortunately, I think that's probably the right call.
Yeah, you really don't like seeing 15-yard penalty flags, but
Ryan Threats, they're probably going to give him a targeting and review it, honestly, because of the defenseless, because of the launch. It would be Threats' second targeting call of the season. Nope, just a straight late hit, no targeting call.
yeah,
That's good.
the crowd's booing, but I don't think they understand how much worse that call could have got for him.
I did see on the screen down below us, it was all shoulder, so they wouldn't have held a targeting call, but I wouldn't have been surprised to see them put one on.
Yeah, I'm about to say it was.
Oklahoma has the ball
worth
up
a
to the
review.
33 now. It's going to be a handoff. Major with it along the left side. He gets hit hard. He's going to get dropped at the 24. It's going to be 2nd and 1. You need to load the box a little bit more.
Yeah,
They'll
and there
get
was
Dante
a
Corleone
missed
in the game.
tackle as well.
They're going to keep running fast and
As
probably
Dorian
keep running
Jones,
the ball.
who didn't wrap up.
2nd and 1. Screen play. Drake Stoops with it. Stoops up to the 15, and he's going to go out of play. Out of bounds at the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 in the red zone now for Oklahoma. They're able to bounce right back after Cincinnati kicks that field goal. 10-6 the score. 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Gabriel's going to take the snap, hands it off to Major. Major makes a step around. He stays up. It'll be second down and 6 now after a gain of 4.
One thing
Oklahoma's going to run somebody in. Oklahoma ran one guy in. They took Marcus Major out. Cincinnati changed their entire defensive line. That was exactly what they were waiting for. 2nd and 6 now. Oklahoma playing into the ruckus. Tight set here. Dylan Gabriel will take the snap. Fakes the handoff. Rolls left. Has a man. It's Drake Stoops. Stoops is going to lose a yard.
Yeah, luckily Stoops bobbles it there and just wraps up quickly. I couldn't quite see a number because he's standing sideways to me, but I would say it was Threats, or no. It was not Threats.
It might have been Justin Harris.
It was Justin
It was
Harris.
Justin Harris. 3rd down and 7 for Oklahoma. If you can hold them to a field goal, that's big here. 2-by-2 set, running back to the left to Dylan Gabriel. Playing into the ruckus. It's going to be loud right there. Oklahoma's trying to communicate. They're going to bring a man in tight. Gabriel takes the snap. He looks to his left. Quick pitch and catch. Rub route there. That's going to go out of bounds. That was Andrell Anthony.
Anthony wide open, no coverage at all, and picks up an easy first down for Oklahoma.
That was a pick play because I didn't like it. It was against us.
That was a pick play.
It's a pick play. If it was for us, it's a rub route. There's big difference. Oklahoma will take the snap, handing it off now up the middle with it, trying to drive a few yards is Tawi Walker. Tawi will get up to the 1. It's going to be 2nd and goal. Juwan Briggs. That third down pickup is huge for Oklahoma. Two out to the right. They're going to hand it off to Walker. Gabriel's going to keep it. He's trying to drive towards the end zone, and he is going to have enough.
Yeah, it looks like his teammates gave him the final push.
He had a little bit of
there
help for the final push, and he'll get through. That'll be a rushing touchdown for Gabriel. Gabriel was met at the 2. Looked like there was a flag on the play. Or maybe, no, the official just had his flag in his hand. No flag on the play itself. But yeah, Gabriel was met in the backfield. I think that was Justin Harris that met him in the backfield. A touchdown for Oklahoma puts the Sooners up 10. Zach Schmidt out to kick the extra point.
Oklahoma line really deserves some credit there. That was kind of more on them for pushing their quarterback into the end zone.
Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good. The extra point makes it 17-6 Oklahoma. Cincinnati, you gotta go get 6 at some point. You're gonna need a touchdown. If you can make this a touchdown drive, you're probably going for 2. If you can get 8 points here, make it 17-14.
Yeah, you're really back in the thick of it here. I mean, you got 5 minutes left in the third. There's enough time to drive down the rest of that clock, and you just put yourself behind 3 going into the fourth quarter. And in reality, the defense has not played bad today. Keep in mind, folks, this team has been putting up 60 points a game. Let me read through their schedule. Arkansas State, 73-0. SMU, 28-11. SMU's no sleeper. 28 points on SMU's a good amount.
They also did very conservative play calling in that SMU game.
Yes,
they did. They were not really running.
They were trying to save some calls. And then at Tulsa, Tulsa is still an American team, not by any means an FCS school. 66-17. I mean, Gabriel's played on plenty of electric offenses even before he was at Oklahoma. He's at a very high-powered UCF who, I mean, they were offensively, they're very, very similar to Oklahoma. They're going to run fast. They're going to hit you with 9, 10, 11 different wide receivers and tight ends they're going to move around and pass the ball to. You're going to see 3 or 4 running backs. And this is exactly what Oklahoma's doing. And this should be a style of offense that UC's quite familiar with. This is not any different than any other year when they would play UCF. They're seeing just a strong, fast, quick-moving offense with a lot of moving parts. I mean, this team is not a mismatch for Cincinnati at all, and they're kind of allowing it to be one.
Yeah, and Cincinnati has had their moments today. I mean, there's been a couple. Oklahoma's had a couple of mistakes. They fumbled the ball 3 times today, and Cincinnati's only been able to take it once.
Well, also, I think looking back, you're less panicked maybe if you win your game last week, because now it's kind of feels like we're still trying to play catch-up from last week.
Yeah,
I mean, your offense has not scored a touchdown in a hot second. They've only scored 1 in their last 2 halves of football.
Your only touchdown was that 8-point touchdown in the fourth quarter last week. That's been your only touchdown for a minute.
It's the first half of the Miami game.
I mean, really, it felt like something switched at halftime in Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago. And it didn't switch for the good.
Yeah, no, it's been a negative switch. It came out at the beginning of that Pittsburgh game. I thought we were going to, after the first half, I'm not going to lie, Preston, I thought we were about to walk out there with a 42-7 butt spanking, and we're going to go back with the happiest 2-0 in the world. I was telling my roommates about when we were driving back, though, the bad skip after the Oklahoma game.
After the pit game?
After the pit game when I skipped doses of mimosas. I just didn't go, that was a bad skip, wasn't it? After the win, that was a must.
Zach Schmidt will be on the kickoff for Oklahoma. 17-6 the score. Still 5.5 minutes left in the third. So
now, I wonder if we see another squib kick from Oklahoma.
I don't think that was really a squib kick.
I think he just
slipped, yeah. Kick deep. Calling for a fair catch is Braden Smith, and he's going to make the grab. That'll go up to the 25. And we will get a double media. It's the first time we've gotten one today.
Boo.
It's like when you go in a basketball game and You call your first timeout, and you get your first called timeout in the second half at a media timeout opportunity. So you got to go to the media timeout for the first called, and then it's like somebody throws a ball out of bounds right away, and then you got to go to another one.
I still struggle to like try and figure out the like what media timeouts gonna be how long in basketball. I get confused every time. I just know there's a lot of media timeouts.
There's four.
Also,
It's
Oklahoma's
4.5.
like, it's funny because UC has like a child go pick up their tea for him. Oklahoma has like a grown man. It's so funny. It's like he's lined up from across the field from a 10-year-old. I can see you doing that, Preston, or being like a ball boy at like the U.S. Open.
Well, I mean, I was a bat boy for the Mud Hens.
That is true.
That's like same idea.
Did you ever have to give anybody a bat stretcher before the game?
Yeah, got to find the left-handed curveballs.
Oh God, what book was that? I think it was literally about like a Yankees bat boy, and he just so happened to be at the game where, oh shoot, I can't think of the old Royals player right now, the Pine Tar game.
Oh, George Brett.
Yeah, he was at the George Brett Pine Tar game, and he ended up writing a letter to the Yankees like, hey, even though I'm a little bit older, because at the time he was a little bit older to be a bat boy, but I want to be a bat boy, so like instantly answered his letter like, you know what, yeah. I can't think of who it was told him in that Yankees clubhouse, but like as soon as he got there, he's like, hey, it was like opening day, he got back from spring training, he's like, yo man, apparently like when we come back from Florida, like all my bats like shrunk when they were shipping them. I need you to go to a sporting goods store and get a bat stretcher. And so the kid goes, and the first place he went to, the store thought he was messing with him, and so the dude was just like, oh no, we don't have any, we're out. And so he goes to another store. This kid went to like 3 stores looking for a bat stretcher.
It's like, come on, buddy.
I think he was like 17, like in high school, like age, because I think he was like I said, he was a little bit older to be being a bat boy. The best bat boy of all time was when Dusty Baker was coaching the Giants and his son did it. His son was like 4, walking out there and running and carrying around Barry Bonds' bat. He got smacked the one time, though, I forget, or he about got smacked. Someone had to pick him up because he went to go grab the bat by the plate. He about got smacked, and one of the Giants players had to scoop him up.
I met Dusty Baker's son because he's in AAA in the Washington Nationals organization.
Oh, yeah?
So I clubbied for him back in May when the Rochester Red Wings came to Toledo.
Man, I wish
Kid looks like he's still about 17 years old. I think he's like 24, but he looks about 17. Cincinnati will set up at their own 25. Pistol set. Fullback to the right. They're going to hand it off. Miles Montgomery. Montgomery has a hole. He's going to find a little bit of a gap. Spins around for a couple more. He's going to gain 9.
It's going to take 2 guys to bring him down hard, but Montgomery's been running nice these last couple of weeks. Gives a little spin there.
It's been very much so a running back by committee today.
And now
I feel like there's been very equal carries between all 3 of
Yeah,
them.
and all are averaging, 3-4 yards a carry. And folks, if you took Rutgers at 24, it is not looking good right now for Team Rutgers.
Orbit Mo for Cincinnati. Play action. Emery looking for somewhere to go with it. He's going to go to the Orbit Mo. Couple steps here, first down and some, getting up to the 48.
I think that's the best we've seen Cincinnati run that play this year. That's one of their favorites, the simple Orbit Mo. And Jones just waited and waited until he had the right opportunity, and he finds a wide open Aaron Turner.
I did like the OU radio booth when they were referring to that pistol set. They were saying the pistol loaded to each side, wherever the fullback was. I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to steal that.
That's a cool way to call it. It's like the pistol set loaded to the right. Here's a bunch trio to the right with a running back to the right. They're going to motion Aaron Turner across the formation. Emery's going to throw it to Turner, a little high circus catch. He's going to come down with it. It'll only be a gain of like 2.
Yeah, a lot of effort.
They'll spot it up at the 49. It's gonna be a gain of 4, actually. The far line judge was way farther back than the close line judge was. The close line judge spotted it at the 49.
Actually, I believe that was Braden Smith on that catch.
Was it Braden Smith?
I don't know. I couldn't tell if he was the one who ran back or they subbed out Braden Smith for Turner. They're going to also take Matire off the field too, which I kind of like having him out on this play right now.
Pistol set. We're going to hand off to Corey Kiner. Kiner makes a cutback. He gets past the 50. He's up to the 45. That looks like it'll be a first down for Cincinnati.
Cincinnati needs to run a lot more running plays like that, not just your simple up the middle. They do a great job of creating some space there from Kiner, using their extra downfield blocker, something they've really excel at and haven't done a whole lot of these last couple of
Cincinnati's
games.
blocking on the offensive line has been pretty good. The second level has just not quite been there, but you've been able to gain 6 or 8 yards on most plays. Oklahoma brings a lot. Heavy throw. It's going to be incomplete.
Oh, man.
It was good that Emery got his hand around on that. He pulled back, and I saw the Oklahoma defender come through with a hand, but Emery was definitely able to get through with it. So it's an incomplete pass.
I mean, you had a
Incomplete.
wide open Braden Smith there for a touchdown, running over the middle. Not a single person on him. Nothing but space between him and the house.
With the rush there, an incomplete pass was your best option.
Well,
because it looked like it could have been a
Smith knew he
fumble.
would have had a touchdown
Yes.
based on his reaction. It's just, oh, man, you want to get one in here.
2-by-2 set, running back to the right side of Emery Jones. 2nd and 10 from the 44. Emery's going to drop back, throw to the flats. Corey Kiner. Kiner makes a man miss. He's got some space. He trucks a man, gets up to the 28, and that's a first down plus some.
I like the physicality from the Cincinnati backs, not just today, but all season long. We've seen a lot of three-legged dogs, spin moves, and lowering that shoulder to get extra yards, especially from Montgomery and Kiner.
They love contact. Cincinnati going fast with it. They're going to take the snap. Dropping back Emery. He's going to have to step up in the pocket. He has an opening. He's going to take it himself. Emery up to the 20. He'll go out of bounds at the 19.
That's almost something you wish he would do more. He immediately sees that space in between the A gap and just immediately takes it. Great run there by Jones.
They're going to spot that ball at the 20. It'll be 2nd and 2 for Cincinnati. Knocking on the door of the red zone here. You got to have a good red zone offense right now. You needed to answer from that last Oklahoma touchdown. And the answer here, you still feel very much so in this football game. Heavy set to the left. Everybody to the left except for Corey Kiner, who's a personal protector to the right. Emery's going to take the snap. He'll hand it off. He'll actually pull back. He tries to get back to the original line of scrimmage. He does, but doesn't gain any more. It'll be 3rd down and 2 from the 20. They were trying to go read option. There really wasn't much there for either the handoff or the pull. Just need 2. Wouldn't be surprised to see some hook route or some kind of hitch or quick little quick out. Emery's going to check over. Hard count there. They're not going to snap it yet. 3rd and 2 for Cincinnati. Play clock ticks under 10. 3 receivers wide out to the left. Emery will take the snap now. Option pitch. He's not going to pitch in. He's going to get eaten up right at the 20. You got to go for it on 4th down.
Yep, you have to. You're down 11 here. You just got a minute left of time in the 3rd quarter.
Carter Brown standing on the field. They're going to run D. Wiggins in. They're going to go for it, 4th and 2.
They're going to throw in D. Wiggins and also Peyton Singletary as well, which you like to see on a big play like this. I mean, he can block. He's been great at catching some shorter passes this
Cincinnati
year.
1 for 1 on 4th down today. You're now an abysmal 2 of 12 on 3rd down. But 1 for 1 on 4th. 4th and 2 for the Bearcats at the 20. Trio bunch set to the left, tight end to the right. Satterfield's going to call a timeout. He was not happy about something.
Yeah, I didn't like the way that one was lined up. And Oklahoma rightfully celebrating at their bench. And we'll see how
Cincinnati's going to have to burn a timeout there. Yeah, you can't settle for a field goal right here. No way. You need this first down. You need to try to go get a touchdown. If you can get a touchdown in a 2-point conversion, 17-14 going into the 4th quarter, you're feeling pretty good. Bearcats have scored a touchdown in every game since the playoff. Scored a touchdown every game last year. It was that playoff game against Alabama that was just 2 field goals was all the Bearcats got. Also, I think your play call here is different too because you missed that field goal to end the half. If it was 17-9 right now, even then you're like, maybe we can take 3. But here you can't.
No,
4th and 2 for Cincinnati.
you got to get some points on the board.
Emery's going to motion the running back across. Emery takes the snap, looks to his left. has a little bit of a seam, finds Peyton Singletary. It's off his hands.
That was not the throw on that play.
That was not where you needed to go with it. They were trying to keep it up tight.
That was a really risky play call on 4th down, too. I understand what they're going for, but there ended up being too much going on in the secondary. I would probably like to a little bit more comfortable look there, especially with Singletary on the field.
I'm a little surprised they went to the air on 4th and 2
I was as
also.
well, especially from the 4th down.
I mean, I understand that
big play calls we've seen from Satterfield.
I understand that
so far
2nd and 2 and 3rd and 2 were on the ground and both got eaten up. But I think because of that, they're going to be in more of a an air defense, thinking that that'd be the difference. Just wasn't. So Oklahoma's going to start with the ball on their own 20. Turnover here would be massive. 32 seconds left in the 3rd. Bearcats trail 17-6. A motion Stoops across. Fake the handoff to Marcus Major, dropping back. Gabriel throws it deep. Looks like he might have a man, and it's caught.
Wow, that was quite the grab right there.
Andrell Anthony. That's going to be a
momentum killer
game
there.
Justin Harris was all over him.
Yeah, if you're the UC defense and you don't do something quick, you're about to see a whole ruckus filter out the Top Cats.
Justin Harris was all over him and just could not complete the play. They're going to spot that ball at the 31.
Pass play, 40 yards.
44 on that. Oklahoma almost to 300 yards passing on the day. Go to a media timeout. I didn't see what even brought the timeout. Oh, it's the end of the quarter. That's what it was. The 1st and 10 from the Cincinnati 31 once we get out from the quarter. 15 minutes left in this one. 17-6 Oklahoma. Span of 2 plays, you really switched things around there. I mean, it felt like you started and it felt like you were going to have an opportunity there. You got the ball, you were driving. 2nd and 2 from the 20. You got stuffed 3 plays in a row.
And then you immediately let
Oklahoma
turn the field.
Oklahoma gains 49 on that completion to Andrell Anthony. Andrell Anthony, a Michigan transfer from East Lansing High School there in the middle of Michigan. His true freshman year, he wanted to go to Michigan State out of high school. Didn't get an offer from Michigan State. His true freshman year against Michigan State, scored 3 touchdowns. So he was able to kind of put it on the hometown school there. And then ended up transferring over to OU for this year. Bearcats, after today, got to go on the road for the first time in conference play. Got to go to BYU, Friday night game. You got to play at 10:15 Eastern time.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to trying to. Actually, it does kind of benefit me. The UC game is late next week because I'll definitely have to work till like after 11.
Yeah, people are starting to clear out now at the start of the 4th.
No, don't do it.
It's only
Top Cats can wait. It is 2:41.
It's still only a 2-score game also. I'm just leaving a game early is something I just don't understand. My uncle's here today, and he's a Oklahoma grad. Came up from Dallas today, and he was telling me yesterday we were talking about leaving games early, and he's like, I sat through the whole Red River rivalry game last year. Oklahoma lost that game 49-0. And he's like, I sat through the whole game. I waited. I'm not leaving it early.
See, that one, when it's a blowout like that, that's okay. I feel like, or maybe like weather-related instances. However, there's very few where I feel like, and then a lot of times they'll leave with us like up a touchdown.
Coach Bob Stoops over there.
I say Bob Stoops. Over hanging out with Gus Johnson.
We got to take our pictures with Gus Johnson. That was pretty cool. Got to talk to Gus Johnson for a minute. It was funny. I think both of us were thinking when we were talking to him, we didn't want to be the guy to ask for a picture. Then he asked us. He's like,
hey, you guys want a picture? Oh, yeah, of course I want a picture. Are you kidding me, Gus Johnson?
Empty backfield for Dylan Gabriel. 1st and 10 from the 31 for Oklahoma. Marcus Major's going to go across the formation. Gabriel's going to look to Major. He's going to throw it to Major. Running back screen. He's got some space. He'll gain 8.
Yeah, big burst of speed there. Oklahoma showing you what that Big 12 speed's all about. It's Marcus Major picking up the first there.
And that's been the thing with this game so far. I don't feel like Cincinnati's felt overmatched at all.
No,
I've just felt like there's been some mistakes that have really changed.
It's just like
things.
last week, the offense is just out of lull,
Haven't been able to finish.
they've competed just fine with Oklahoma.
2nd and 1 now for the Sooners. 3 wide to the left, tight end to the right. They're going to hand it off. Marcus Major finds a gap. There's going to be a hold in the backfield. They'll get up to the 10, but that's going to come back. And Oklahoma's coaches know it. That's going to go all the way back. It'll be about 2nd and 11 now after the penalty, and that's big for Cincinnati.
I think my entire fantasy league back home with some friends, I think we all took Rutgers plus 24 today, and everybody's messaging right now about the game.
It's a tight one.
Well, they all message me every Saturday, and first thing I open it, he's like, "Hey, Caleb, how you feel about the Bearcats on the spread?" And then my friend Chasey said, "I don't like them. I already picked Oklahoma."
Cincinnati was plus 14 and a half, I think. They're going to motion a receiver across. He's going to zig back Will Drake Stoops. They're going to give it to Stoops on the screen. Very similar to that running back screen, but this time Cincinnati knocks it down.
I think they were
Stoops will get
expecting it
one.
that time.
It's going to be 3rd down and 10 for Oklahoma. And that holding call is big.
Yeah, that holding call right now is your friend.
3rd and 11 for the Bearcats.
I mean, this isn't even that easy of a field goal right now. And
Not
the
at
event you
all.
hold them to no yards right here.
I mean, that's a 50-yarder. They're at the 32. It's a 49-yarder. So it had yard line plus 17. That's a 49-yarder. So not a gimme field goal at all. 3rd down and 11 for Oklahoma. 2 receivers wide out to either side, running back to the right of Dylan Gabriel. Cincinnati shifting coverage here. They're showing a lot. Gabriel's going to take the snap. He looks left. He's going to throw it, find Drake Stoops. Stoops makes a man miss. He's going to be down short of the marker, but that's going to be at least a lot closer for a field goal for Oklahoma.
I think they're going to keep the offense.
They're going to keep the offense on the field.
Well, Gabriel showing his poise right there. He's such a great pocket passer, one of the best left-handed passers in all of college football. Has plenty of time there.
4th down and 1 for Oklahoma. If you can get a stop here for Cincinnati, that can be something that kind of invigorates you a bit. Crowd getting loud. Gabriel looks to his sideline, 2 receivers to the left. He's going to run a option play. He's going to have enough. He faked that pitch, and that fake pitch gave him just enough time to get the first down. Oklahoma's able to...
Man, he should have stayed at UCLA. We wouldn't have to be dealing with this right now.
Oklahoma was able to take advantage of the long 3rd down play to be able to convert on 4th. Both teams have a 4th down conversion.
I would say Gabriel going to Oklahoma is probably one of the biggest transfers in the history of the transfer portal.
2-by-2 set. Running back to the left to Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel will take it. Hands it off to Marcus Major. Major gets tripped up by his own lineman. He's going to lose a yard. Oklahoma, a history of transfer quarterbacks. I mean, you had 3 in a row that almost all won Heismans with Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and Jalen Hurts. Hurts was 2nd in the Heisman voting, but Baker and Kyler won it back-to-back years.
Remember, even Spencer Rattler was in the Heisman talk for whatever reason in his time at OU.
He was a high school commit, though. He didn't transfer in. Transferred away. 2-by-2. Gabriel looks to his left, finds Andrell Anthony. Anthony, quick catch. He's going to get hit right where he catches it. It'll be a gain of 5. They'll get up to the 13.
Spencer
3rd down
Rattler
and 5.
Is the best player in the country when playing a top 25 team.
Yeah.
Only in those moments. It's like Kirk Cousins at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
Only when the lights shine brightest he performs.
Bro, everybody's surprised the Vikings are 0-2. They have yet to play at 1 on Sunday.
3rd down and 4 for Oklahoma. Stacked 2-by-2. They're going to move Stoops across the formation. Rolling to the right is Dylan Gabriel. He thought he had a man. Throw it up in the air, and that's going to be almost intercepted.
What a great play by the Bearcats.
Oklahoma wanted a pass interference. That back judge said it's uncatchable.
I'm about to say,
that was the call he made.
Threats taken away with the pass interference. He did put 2 hands on the receiver to get away from the ball to pick that off.
Yeah, that back judge made the uncatchable signal, and that was why there was no pass interference. OU's going to have to settle for a field goal.
Give Byron Threats a lot of credit for getting up there and really going after that ball. It was almost like when we were at the UC soccer game the other night when Brown pulled that girl down by the jersey to try and stop the goal. It was that desperation move.
31 yards on the field goal. Zach Schmidt kicking. The snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it is good. And that field goal will make it 20-6. Hey, bend don't break right there. If you can turn around and get a touchdown, I mean, that's the thing. You are really a drive away from this game being completely different.
And there's still plenty of time. There's 11 minutes left in this football game.
You were an interception away from it being completely different there, too. You intercept that ball, drive down.
I was about to say something. I think I'll save it for after the game. I think it'll be more important to say after the game, but don't let me forget, I have a thought I need to come back to.
You're going to remember that in 11 minutes?
Yeah, it's important because depending on what happens, I feel like I got to talk to the mob because I don't feel like we diffused with the mob enough last week because I felt last week after we lost, I tried really hard to not be a part of the mob, and I felt like I did good about that because people last week were losing their minds. The sky was falling in Clifton. Everybody hated Saturday.
The
sky was falling in Clifton. Yeah, losing Miami is pretty bad.
In fairness.
But, I mean, it is still, a new coach. I mean, you're not going to beat Miami every year till the end of time, as sweet as that would be.
But you can try.
You can try. We did. We came pretty close. But I don't know. At the end of the day, they're student athletes, and it's a game too. And it's 3 weeks into the season. A lot can happen. Weren't even to conference play yet. I mean, you said it. Conference games are what matters. Especially, now you lose one last week. It's like kids focus on conference games. And honestly, being in the Big 12, depending on how things shake up, you could potentially win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff with one loss.
If you go 9-0 in Big 12, or I guess it'd be 10-0 with the conference championship. But you go undefeated in Big 12 play, win the conference championship, you're going to the playoff.
Now, do I think, looking at this team right now, there's a chance they're going to Dallas-Fort Worth at the end of the season? No. But the potential is there. There's just a lot of things that need cleaned up.
Thinking about that field goal, too, that changes the idea of scoring in this game, too. You don't need a 2-point conversion anymore. You just need 2 7-point touchdowns, and it's a tie ball game. You don't got to think about that 2-point conversion anymore, really. Just because now, all of a sudden, with the field goals, Oklahoma's got 20.
Well, now you really wish
when they had 17,
you didn't run the trick play with Braden Smith earlier. That would be perfect to run right now. But I think that was just as good a time as any to use it when they used it earlier. It would just be nice to have now.
Yeah, if you can score a touchdown here and go get a stop, I mean, you could get the ball back in a 7-point ball game. You need that first touchdown.
They really need to get Medemeyer back in the game. He's done a great job today. I feel like he's had the most control out of anybody in the Cincinnati offensive.
Shimon Mateer's done a good job today. He has. The running game's been all right for Cincinnati.
Yeah, not usually what we're used to seeing. Ryan Montgomery, honestly, is not done horrible.
It's been a pretty even passing attack, too. There's been a lot of receivers. Ball's going to go over the head and out the back of the end zone. Cincinnati will start with it at the 25. Bearcats have had now 8 different receivers. And the only one that doesn't have 10-plus yards is Miles Montgomery, who caught a screen pass. I think it was a kind of a dump out that he got dropped for a loss. Everyone else has 10 or more yards.
Oklahoma also using 9 receivers today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of receivers for Cincinnati. D. Wiggins has the most catches, five catches for 33 yards. There's just one drop, and it was Shimon Mateer's drop that might have been able to go for 6 if he made the play. Pistol set here for Cincinnati. They'll take the snap, hand off to Miles Montgomery. Montgomery makes a cutback. He's got an opening. He'll make a hit and fall forward to the 41. Gain of 16.
The beauty of this running back room is you have a different leading rusher every week. Montgomery coming in now. Oh, he's close to passing Kiner for yards today. Ryan Montgomery last week.
Snap here. They're going to hand it off to Miles again. He's going off tackle. He's got a little bit of a gap. He'll gain 2 on that.
I feel like Miles is the fastest in the backfield of all the running backs. Kiner's the fastest downfield back. And then Ryan Montgomery's more of your power back.
Yeah, Kiner's getting caught downfield. 3 to the right. Emery's going to drop back. Good, decent block pickup. There was just too many guys. I was going to say Miles picked his block up in the backfield, but Oklahoma brought more than one guy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's going to be a sack, and that's a big loss on that sack. That's a loss of 9.
Now it really changes your strategy here.
You don't have a lot of 3rd and 19
plays in the playbook.
Actually, that was a loss of 11.
Well, I would personally. However, Mr. Satterfield, I'm sure does not.
Got to get to the sticks here. First line to gain is the Oklahoma 49. Emory drops back. He's pressured early. He's going to have a little bit of a gap. He might be able to get the first, and he does. Emory Jones was able to make something out of nothing. He'll gain 20 and get the first down.
Yeah, the former Gator moving in and out of the swamp there, helping the Bearcats in a big situation.
That was good. That pocket collapsed pretty quickly. Oklahoma brought an extra defender, and Emory saw that there was the extra guy, which left a gap. A little stutter step on the right, gained him some time to get the extra yard or two.
And well, now
was
you
able to get it
force
first.
Oklahoma to keep a spy on you and hopefully open up that pass game a little bit here.
Pistol set.
Loaded to the right.
Loaded to the right there. Take the snap, handing it off. Looks like Corey Kiner. Kiner finds a gap. He's going to fall forward. He'll get 7 on that and get up to the 42. Kiner's he has so much energy on the field. Every time he makes a run, he gets a hit, something. He's always yelling, celebrating. He has a lot of energy on the field. The clock is starting to go against you right now. 8.5 minutes to play. You're down 14. There's going to be a cramp. Cincinnati fans don't think it's a phantom cramp there. Let's see who is down. Who is that? That's Jaron Kanik. Kanik on the ground. They're going to go to a TV timeout. 2nd and 4 for Cincinnati here. He's going to get up and walk off, and he's getting booed. He's hearing it right now from the Cincinnati faithful. They do not think that that was an injury. It's funny. I'm looking at their little their live stat thing and kind of fast facts over there for Fox. That is true. That was a 3rd and 19. Oklahoma had the 3rd and 19 down in the shadow of their own goalpost. They got the first down from a run too. So that's both teams have a 3rd and 19 converted on a run. They will walk Kanik all the way into the medical tent.
Hey, it pushed, baby.
What, a 31-7 final, Michigan wins?
Yeah, bro, that's right at 24. That's $45 for your boy.
20-6, 8:28 to play in this one.
Shout out Michigan for not kicking a field goal when they had it on the 25 and running the clock out instead.
Ball's up to the Oklahoma 42 now. Gotta push one across here. Not back here in Nippert for a few weeks. We talked about getting the 3 and 4 to start the season at Nippert. Not back here until October 14th. Got a road game next week and the bye week afterwards. And then you go 3 and 4 again starting October 14th. Iowa State, Baylor, back-to-back weeks. Go to Stillwater to play Oklahoma State, and then you bring UCF in November 4th. 4 games left here at Nippert this season. 7 home games total. I think that's pretty much how it's going to be from here on out, is you're pretty much always going to have 7 home games, which is nice. Always good to play more at home than on the road. After the media timeout and the injury, Cincinnati has the football. 2nd and 4 from the 42.
Bearcats will have 2nd and 4 at the Oklahoma 42.
3 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Running back to the left of Emory. Clock running. Emory will take the snap. Drops back, looks to his right. Pocket collapsing. He's going to try to go somewhere with it. He hits his lineman. He's going to get up to the 40. Gain 2 on that play. I think he hit the back of, I think that was James Tunstall. That was Jonathan Harder. I think that was a 77. I don't know. Hit the back of a lineman. It's 3rd and 2 from the 40. It's 4-down territory, but you want to get to 3rd and 2. Emory will drop back. Good protection. Throws it up the seam. Xavier Henderson. Henderson thought he was held. It's going to be incomplete. 4th and 2. You have to go for it. Field goal would be from 57.
I don't think you're going to see a 57-yarder.
No, not at all. 4th and 2 from the 40. Bearcats one of 2 on 4th down today. Oklahoma's not loading the box anywhere near as much as I expected. They are showing 5. Emory's going to drop back. He's got Kiner. He's going to get tied up, and it's circus catch intercepted. Oklahoma has it. Billy Bowman on the interception. There were 2 receivers in the area that tipped it. One Bearcat tipped it to another Bearcat that tipped it to the Oklahoma Sooner. That ended up going off of D. Wiggins' hands. Couldn't tell who the first receiver was. Emory was tied up. Evan Prater tipped it up. It was thrown behind Prater. He tipped it up. It went to D. Wiggins. Wiggins tipped it up a little bit, and then Billy Bowman was right there to clean it up. It'll be Emory's 2nd interception of the day. Oklahoma will have the ball on their 26. That's been the frustrating part of these plays for the Bearcats is they've had turnovers on downs. They've had turnovers, but it's all been in field position where you're not giving Oklahoma great field position, but you're killing a drive where you had pretty good field position.
Yeah, just kind of a waste of a drive there, and killed a lot more clock too. Now you only got 7 minutes and 42 seconds to try and score 2 touchdowns, and that's not easy by any means.
You almost feel like you need a turnover. 3 and out or a turnover, and after that interception, now the student section's really clearing out there.
Yep, to Top Cats they go, Preston.
I still think it's so funny because, and I mean, obviously, I think of games a lot as baseball games where you are legitimately, I mean, you can luck into a few runs and turn a game around, but you're legitimately 2 plays out of this game.
No, genuinely. I don't know why everybody's giving up
Dylan
already.
Gabriel makes a bad throw, you take it back, and then there's one other, and then you go make a stop. I don't understand sometimes with people leaving games. That is very much so a baseball mindset, though, that you're always a play or 2 away from it. Love talking about bloops and blasts, that type deal, but I mean, still. I do think it's funny, you know, the Big Noon Kickoff is here this week, and the Big Noon Kickoff game itself, the pregame show out here, it's all here today. Next week, their Big Noon Kickoff game is at Colorado, which is a 10 a.m. local time start there in Boulder. It's Colorado and USC there in Boulder. Like, that's an interesting choice for Fox to use one of their Pac-12 picks on. That they're going to use a Pac-12 pick on their noon game.
Yeah,
whatever. 1st and 10 for Oklahoma at the 26. After winning 26 in a row in Nippert. A loss today, you'd be losers of 3 of your last 4 here at home. Dylan Gabriel play action, high throw, just out of the reach of Jalil Farouk. And we're trying to get it over the head of a Cincinnati defender and just couldn't quite get it. Incomplete passes are something that the Bearcats need right now because it stops the clock. 20-6 the score, 7:38 left in the ballgame. Oklahoma has the ball, 2nd and 10. Dylan Gabriel checks to his right. Will not take the snap yet. He takes the snap now. I'll hand it off. Marcus Major with it. Major finds a little bit of a gap. He's going to go up and gain 3 on that. It's going to be 3rd down and 7 for Oklahoma at the 30. You break a big punt return or something here if you can get a 4th down. That can help you turn a game around too.
This is a 3rd down presented by Ford. It's 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6 for Oklahoma on the 30. Cincinnati shows 6. Oklahoma has a bunch set to the left. They're going to motion Andrell Anthony over. Young Gabriel drops back, looks to his left, has men in the backfield. He throws it. That could be a grounding. There's a chance.
No flag from the refs yet.
I think he was outside of the tackle box. They're gonna talk about a grounding. They're gonna see if he was outside the tackle box. Because the ball went past the line of scrimmage. They will throw the intentional grounding flag.
Flag. Yeah, you don't see that one very often.
That is what happens a lot, is those grounding calls get called really late. So that'll be a grounding. That'll move the ball all the way back to the 22. Oklahoma's going to punt regardless, but grounding there, so Cincinnati's going to gain a few extra yards. On to punt now, Josh Plaster. Hasn't had a great day today. Maybe you can luck out into another bad punt. Back deep to return is Braden Smith. Play clock's ticking down. They still haven't snapped yet. It's going to be close. Plaster has it. Punt in the air, almost blocked. Spiraling punt. It's going to bounce at the 32 and go straight out of bounds. Smith scoops it up, gains maybe a yard after scooping it up. They're going to spot that at the 33 for the Bearcats. Go to another TV timeout. 20-6, 6:42 left. Kind of need a quick strike here too. That's the struggle, is all of a sudden you go from just thinking, all right, we got some time, we just need to build a drive. Now you're thinking, we can't do a drive in much more than about 6 plays because we need to go fast with it. So there's a big change there.
As a reminder, field access will not be permitted at Nippert Stadium until 30 minutes.
Cincinnati, that's the thing that's been so frustrating, especially these last 2 weeks. If you look at the numbers, statistically, offensively, your numbers have been pretty good. I mean, 314 total yards. You have 120 pass yards, 194 pass yards, 120 rush yards, 314 total. I mean, your yardage is pretty good. Some of your numbers are all right, but you just haven't been able to complete anything. I mean, your conversion number, you're out possessing Oklahoma. You're winning the time of possession
the
battle.
yardage is almost right there with them.
Your 3rd downs, though, 3 for 14. You're 1 for 3 on 4th, but your defense has held Oklahoma to 5 for 14. So it's interesting. It's interesting what's happening here for the Bearcats. You got to finish the drive. You got to finish this drive right here. .642 left. Hey, we've seen crazier things than 14-point comebacks in 7 minutes.
A lot crazier in the stadium alone.
We've seen crazier. Bearcats not out of it yet, that's for sure. Especially if you can go break a big play or two here, drive down the field and get in the end zone. I also want the Bearcats to come back in this ball game just to say screw you to all the people that left.
Yeah, for real.
That's really what I would think. Look who's lining up at running back right now. It's Ethan Wright.
It's been a while.
That's our 4th running back today. Ethan Wright starts the drive on the field. 3 wide to the right, 1 to the left. Running back to the left, Emory Jones. Ball's on the 33-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Bearcats. Emory will take the snap. He drops back. He looks to his right, running out, finds Shimon Mateer. That's going to be caught. Mateer at the 41. It's going to be a gain of 8. Wonder if they feel like Ethan Wright's a better blocker, leave him in as a personal protector or what, but they didn't
maybe
run
trying to
it
give
him.
Jones some more time here,
Now he's
which
lined
he's
up
not
behind.
had a lot of lately.
He's lined up behind. They're going to put Mateer across. They will hand it off to Ethan Wright. Wright has a little bit of a hole. He'll get a first down and some. He's all the way up, pushing through. He's still up, gets to the 50.
Wright was ready for his first rush of the season.
Gain of 9 for Ethan Wright. Ethan Wright, let's see. He has a few.
First down,
Bearcats get set, 1st and 10 for him, dropping back Emory Jones. Jones to the sideline, just off the hand of Shimon Mateer.
Mateer's had a lot of good plays today, but he's also had a lot of almost really good plays as well.
Really?
Another wasted opportunity there.
Really close there.
will be 2nd and 10 at midfield.
Emory will hand it off. Ethan Wright around the right side with it. He's going to get back to the original line. Big hit right there from, let's see, who is that? Kendall Dolby. The corner came across. 3rd and 10 now from the 15. Dropping back Emory, looking to his right. He's going to step up, try to stay behind the line of scrimmage. He's going to have to run with it. He'll gain 3. It's going to be 4th down and 7. You have to go for it. Ethan Wright, 4 rushes on the season leading up to today. Did not appear in the Pitt game. 4th and 7 for the Bearcats. 1-4-3 on 4th down. 2-by-2 set, running back to the right of Emory Jones. Ethan Wright still in the ball game at running back. Clock ticks under 5 minutes. You have to have a touchdown. I mean, it's pretty bleak if you don't score something here. Emory drops back, heavy rush. He's gonna get sacked. There was a flag out. There's a flag down. I think that could be a delayed game. It was an offsides. So Cincinnati's going to get an offside call. Went from a sack to now it'll be 4th and 2, a lot more manageable. That's going to be big for the Bearcats. It's going to be 4th down and 2 now from the 42. You got a lot more plays in your playbook for 4th and 2 than you do 4th and 7. That's for sure. Offsides for Oklahoma. You had a free play. Kendall Dolby on that. I mean, that's probably why he made he made that big hit and then messed up the next play. 4th and 2 now for Cincinnati. 2nd try on 4th down. Emery will drop back, looking to his right. Doesn't have anywhere to go with it. I think he has enough to be able to get a first down, and he's not. They're gonna mark him short of the 40. Got 2 tries on 4th down, and that's gonna be a turnover on downs for the Bearcats. They don't like the spot.
I don't think it really matters.
I couldn't tell. I did think Emory danced a little too much, even with the reach. They got the spot right.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Oklahoma.
It's like that one Najee Harris play, where he's got the 4 yards that he's got clearly there, but he dances and ends up losing 2. It's like that.
I thought if Emory would have just ran forward, he had a first down. 4:14 left in this one. Now we said last drive it felt like you needed a turnover. Now you have to have a turnover to stay in the ball game.
I might give my piece, I was going to say, for after the game now, because I can tell as people are starting to leave. Keep in mind, we were worried for how UC was going to compete with the Big 12.
Under center, Dylan Gabriel handed off to Marcus Major. Major gets stopped up, Dante Corleone. Rush of 3.
We have heard for years how the Group of 5 could not compete with the Power 5. Right now we are watching a team who was last year in the Group of 5 playing a dogfight with Oklahoma. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the god-awful play calling, this would be a game. Yeah, I mean, this has been a very competitive game. We've held Oklahoma to under 21 points. This is a top 20 team in the country. What UC is doing right now is proved what we have said all along. They can't compete in the Power 5.
Oklahoma's going to sit out the play clock every play from here on out now.
And as much as it stinks that this is how it's got to be,
Under center again, DG. Hands off to Marcus Major. Major tripped up at the line. He's going to get dropped for a gain of 2. It's going to be 3rd down and 5. Cincinnati's going to use a timeout. They had to use one back at the end of the 3rd. So you do only have 2 timeouts. Now you just have 1 after using that one.
well, but to a point, you know, as disappointing as today's game is, a year ago, everybody said that BYU, Houston, UCF, and UC could not compete with Oklahoma. They could not compete with Texas. This is a 2-score game, and it should be tied, or honestly, Cincinnati should be in the lead. I mean, I don't know what went on with the play calling today. I don't call the plays. I'm not on the sideline, but I mean, it's a frustrating game. At the same time, I do feel this big sigh of relief that the sleep I've lost, you know, maybe all this time, like maybe I am wrong all this time. Maybe the group of 5 can't compete with Power 5. Maybe the gap is that big, but here we are, sitting in Nippert, and you still got a chance at Oklahoma, and it's been a dogfight.
Looks like Oklahoma's going to set up in a spread here. They might throw the ball. It's going to be a quick throw, draw a play. There's going to be enough for a 1st down. That's going to almost do it.
Yeah, another 1st down here to really lock things up for Oklahoma.
Dylan Gabriel, draw play. Cincinnati is going to use. Brian Threats was hurt. He was frustrated. You saw the trainer ran up to him. He kind of pushed the trainer away. He's grabbing at his chest. He'll be off the field. Clock will run now. We're going to tick under 3 minutes here. Oklahoma's going to snap the ball with about 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. 20-6 the score. I have to check what rank that Arkansas was when we played them last year, but I think it's back-to-back games now that the Bearcats have failed to score a touchdown against a top 20 team. Under center now is Dylan Gabriel. They're going to hand off to Jalil Farouk around the edge. Farouk on a jet sweep. He's going to get tackled at the 40. Gain of 3. I'll get up to the 40. 2.5 minutes now. 1 more 1st down and this one's over.
On the bright side, they didn't lose to Oklahoma with the spread.
14.5. I mean, it's covered right now.
The Cover Cats.
1 more 1st down would end things. If you get the stop here, it's only 2nd. I was thinking it was 3rd. Never mind. Marcus Major handoff. He's going to get back to the original line, maybe gain a yard. It's going to be 3rd down. Cincinnati will use its last final timeout. Cincinnati will use its final timeout. So if you get a stop here, there's the ball. If you get a stop here, Oklahoma will probably just eat a delay game at that point. Probably punt it to you with a minute. You would need a touchdown like first play. You need a touchdown,
onside
first
kick,
play, onside kick,
touchdown,
score again. Which, like, if I was playing my buddy in NCAA football, I'd fully believe I could do that. But
or NFL Blitz. If we were in NFL Blitz, this game is far from over. My roommate is the biggest Broncos fan in the world right now because they went and kicked the onside kick week 1. That was them who did that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Every time we play any sort of football game, onside kick, onside kick, onside kick. He learned how to do a secret onside kick you can do once per game in Madden 12.
That's hype.
Yeah, if you hold like a certain button, you can do it once per game and it lines up like a normal kick, but then it onside kicks it.
3 receivers wide, that's the right, 1 to the left. Running back to the right, Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's going to hand it off. Marcus Major around the edge. That's going to be enough for a 1st down.
For the game.
There's going to be a hold.
Flag.
There will be a hold.
The refs,
Marcus
we're going to give the
Major
Bearcats one last chance.
Tackled up at the 19, but it's going to move back. It's going to be third and 15 after this. That would have iced the game, but now they will have to redo third down. Minute 42 left. Offensive penalty as well, so the clock stopped.
8-yard line. It's 3rd and 15.
Third and 15 from the 46. Actually, it'll be at the 48, excuse me. Right on one of the claws of the sea paw there in the middle. Cincinnati did lead at one point in this ballgame. Scored first. First time Oklahoma had trailed all season. Three wide out to the right, one to the left. Running back to the left to Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's going to hand it off. Marcus Major around the corner. He's going to get tackled for a gain of 1. A little extracurriculars there.
Yeah.
Good job by Eric Phillips to not retaliate.
That's, usually in a game like this, teams get frustrated. You usually see the instigation from the team not in the lead.
I think Oklahoma's probably just going to let this tick all the way down, call a timeout, and then probably just punt it away. Make Cincinnati try to go like 95 yards to score and then get an onside kick. It's looking real bleak.
It can happen.
Could.
I need the. You watched Angels in the outfield growing up?
Yeah.
It could happen.
And Oklahoma will. They won't even use the timeout. They'll just take the delay of game to give their punter a little bit more room. Cincinnati's smart. They can just. Actually, you couldn't decline that because then they'd be able to run 25 more seconds off the clock.
Yeah.
But 56 seconds left. Oklahoma's going to punt. Or if Braden Smith breaks one here, that's a way you could try to get an opportunity.
I would say
to win
Oklahoma's not going to give him a chance at returning it, though.
I think you punt it out of bounds. Low-hanging punt.
kick.
It's going to roll. He's not going to touch it. Ball's going to roll to the 13.
I mean, if you're Oklahoma, that couldn't have worked out more perfect for you. Nice low punt, and you pin him deep.
Got a long roll there.
Fletch punted pretty nicely today.
Fletch did have good punts today. That was something that I felt like
That was one highlight that
we
was
hadn't
missing
seen
from the
him
air.
break out yet this year. But, yeah, 4 punts, 193 yards. He averaged 48.3 a punt. 3 of his 4 were inside the 20, and he had 2 punts of 50-plus yards.
I will say this.
The only honestly, his average is lower because he had those punts inside that went inside the 10 that couldn't go any farther.
I like how quickly the Fox broadcast went as compared to when ESPN's here, though.
Yes. 2-by-2 set. Bearcats basically just need 4 verts right here. They're going to throw it underneath. It's going to be Corey Kiner.
Wow.
He's going to make a man miss.
Holy
Runs
cow.
out to the outside. He'll get forced out. Gain of 9 for him.
I don't know how Kiner made it to the boundary there, but good on him. I don't know if that's your play called with 44 seconds left.
Yeah,
a bunch
I
of crow
wasn't sure
routes.
about throwing underneath, but run a couple deep posts.
But then again, I never understand why Satterfield calls the plays he does.
Couple deep posts, just something. Try to get down to the end zone.
They're on 4 curls again,
Goes to
except
D.
for
Wiggins.
posts.
Looked like there was a
horse
chance
collar,
it could have been
yeah.
a horse collar, but I do think he wrapped it instead of grabbed
Yeah, he got
it.
around the helmet, luckily, it looked like.
Clock stops with the chain movement.
It was actually really respectful and cautious of him to avoid it.
Emery drops back. He's looking up for it. He's going to run with it, run towards the boundary. He'll get to the 42 and step out of bounds. Gain of 8 for him.
Play the rest of the game like this, you win it.
Yeah. I mean, Oklahoma's playing a whole lot softer. They're just trying to not let anything get behind them right now. They're trying to keep it all in front. 16 left on the clock, 20-6 Sooners. Cincinnati, if you can't get a touchdown here in the last 16, we held out of the end zone for the first time since the Cotton Bowl. Emery will drop back, looks to his right. He's going to step up. He'll throw underneath Corey Kiner. It's going to be enough for a first down. Kiner dances, makes a man miss, runs straight into a Sooner. That will be
Oklahoma territory.
Marcus May, or it'll be Samuel Shingo then the tackle. Cincinnati probably one last play here as time ticks out. They're going to snap it. This will be the final play of the ball game. Emery drops back deep. He's going to throw it across, almost intercepted, and that'll do it for things here in Nippert. Final here, 20-6. Oklahoma wins, and a game that it felt like you were so close, but so far at times.
I mean, I would say the winning team of this game was Cincinnati's defense.
It was a very defensive-heavy game. It was a game that I felt like was kind of won on defense. Oklahoma made some mistakes. Their mistakes just weren't that bad. They were able to fix it.
It's mostly just penalties in the first half.
Oklahoma fumbled the ball inside the 15. They fumbled the ball down on the 20 on 3rd down and long. They fumbled the ball inside the 10 when they were about to score. They had 3 fumbles. Cincinnati was only able to actually take 1. Bearcats threw an interception in the end zone, threw another interception over the middle when you were actually driving to try to get yourself back into the ball game. So that's, it's tough. You do feel like I don't leave this game feeling like you played bad. I feel like some execution was a little flawed.
But at some point too, you do have to get, when is it enough making excuses like, we just got to do this, we got to do this? Because, now you're sitting back-to-back losses in 2 games where you really did not play good at all.
No. I mean, there's parts. There's parts of today that you're thinking, okay, all right, that's fine. But the ball movement, it felt like each drive you hit a wall at a point.
That wall's the red zone.
Wall.
Wall's the red zone.
I think the worst one was the 2nd and 2 that you got stuffed 3 plays in a row.
Yeah, why
that 2nd and 2 on the 20.
It didn't work once, it didn't work twice. Why run it a 3rd?
2nd and 2 on the 20. You ran it twice in a row, couldn't get anything, threw it on 4th down, and the throw you just didn't get much behind either. So that one was a real difficult one to take.
I thought Jones looked better today. A little bit smarter with the football. There was still
I thought at times he looked confident. That's really a lot what you can ask for from him is he can look confident.
Getting some more receivers involved. Felt like the more receivers that got involved, the better the offense did. But the play calling it has felt very JV football play calling. A lot of safe stuff, and I felt like the play calling against Eastern Kentucky was a lot more diverse than now. There's a lot of formations and motions that I'm not seeing anymore. These moving parts are gone.
You went away from that pistol set a lot in the second half too. Went away from that, but the run game I felt like was working.
Yeah, the run game has improved.
I didn't think the run game was something you should have shied away from. Yes, I didn't think the run game was something to shy away from at that point. I thought that was something that worked well. I thought that was something you could work with and work on top of. And now, if you're Cincinnati, you got to look at it for what it is. You're sitting at 2-2. You got to go a long road trip. You got to go out to Utah on a Friday night game.
Yeah, on a Friday night.
It's a tough time. It's a tough place to play. You got to go play at the elevation. That's not going to be something that's real easy for you to go do. And now you got to do that to not go below 500. You don't want to lose. You definitely don't want to lose 3 in a row and go below 500. And if you want to still keep a bowl game in there, keep the idea of a bowl game in there, you're going to need
a warm bowl game.
You need to find your way to get to 6. And you have a couple of home games that you think maybe you can get to. But, again, you're not playing in the American anymore. You're not getting your essentially bye weeks where you're playing a game against
little sister
USF and against your Temple game, but you're gonna have to find your spots. You're gonna have to find where you can get to 6, and you're gonna have to find it quick because it's a short week too.
I think the one takeaway we really got from today is that the gap between Group of 5 and Power 5 is really faded away a little bit here.
The gap for Cincinnati, at least.
Yeah,
the gap for Cincinnati.
Well, I would say you're gonna see Houston, BYU, and UCF compete just as equally fine within the conference. If you look at it going in, everybody still expected UC to get beat by 40 like they were an American team. And so, the fact that that gap's even closing a little bit, or maybe it's just at least closing for Cincinnati, at least gives me one good thing to get out of today. I mean, this was an exciting day. No matter what, we got to look at this. We had big noon kickoff, nationally televised. Me and you got to call a game right next to the heroic Gus Johnson. And it's just been at least a good experience to be in the Big 12. You would like to have made the most of your moment today, but again, looking, and when we got the schedule last year, we talked about it on our radio show, and since that schedule has come out, I've been anxious for this game because I think it's the real telltale as to how things were going to look in the Big 12, because this is the team that's been cream of the crop for the last, 20 years almost.
And I think, too, as an athletic department, you're still looking for your first Big 12 win.
Yeah, didn't
find one Thursday, didn't find one yesterday.
At least Thursday, both teams were also very close to getting it. That was a great soccer game.
You still gotta find departmentally. You still gotta find your first Big 12 win, but you've at least shown signs. You've at least shown flashes of being able to compete, and it feels like a Cincinnati team that, if you show up and you wake up on the right side of the bed, you're gonna have an opportunity to beat whoever you're playing that day. And that's that's more of what you want to be able to beat. You want to be able to show up and at least think, we can go beat whoever we show up to
even
play.
Based on today and last week, there's only maybe 10, 12-ish teams in the country I would absolutely say we have no shot against. And those are all the ones who are going to be fighting for conference titles and playoff spots at the end of the year. I think after today, maybe the only team that would be better potentially than Oklahoma in our conference would maybe be Texas. But I don't know how they're going to look by the end of the year. I mean,
you don't have to see Texas either.
Yeah, and you also don't have to play Texas. There's going to be some other strong games. Kansas has looked pretty decent this year. UCF,
BYU
well.
seems winnable. I mean, we'll see how they play.
I feel like that's gonna be a better matchup for us. They've played all right this year. BYU's not been their usual either, but neither have the Bearcats. So I think you're gonna find two teams looking for some sort of footing and introduction in the Big 12, looking to make a name. Friday Night Lights, it's exciting over there. I mean, BYU's not an easy place to play. There's not a lot to do out there, Preston. I don't know if you know this, but the Mormons get excited about football out there.
BYU is on the road at Kansas today, which is a tough place to play when they pack the booth, that's for sure. So we'll see how they do. They beat Arkansas in Fayetteville last week. They are 3-0, so that's something you're going to have to look forward to. You're going to have to look at. And, I mean, next Friday is going to be a long day there waiting for that game to start. That's going to be – I'm going to be sitting up after – we're gonna leave political reporting class at 1:15 and have about 10 hours until game time.
Bro, I got to go to work, man. I got to go worry about the crazies in Fountain Square before I worry about BYU.
Going to have a lot of time to wait until that one, and that's going to be interesting to look at. But then you got your bye week, and it feels like you got some winnable games at home. You're Iowa State, Baylor feels like real winnable games, and you're playing them at home. You want to get back on the right foot. I mean, I think you could, after your next little 2-game homestand, Iowa State and Baylor, I mean, you could be still looking at you could still be looking at yourself being 5-2 at that point. And I mean, if you play your cards right, you could easily have 5 wins when you're going to Oklahoma State.
The one advantage of having this game early is that you do get it out of the way early.
Yeah, and you don't have to play. And it's an Oklahoma team that looks a whole lot better than last year. I mean, I watch a lot of Oklahoma football, and that Oklahoma team last year that was one of the. I mean, obviously the worst Oklahoma team I've seen in my life. That's the first time they've been below 500, but it's a different looking Oklahoma team, and I think it's an Oklahoma team.
They're a talented Oklahoma team.
That's going to be able to go out there and win a good amount of games. And I mean, they got Iowa State next week, and then they got their big one in the Cotton Bowl against Texas. So that's something that we'll see how they play next week. You're hoping for UC's sake that Oklahoma's not looking ahead to Texas, so they still play well, because honestly the best thing for UC now is for Oklahoma to win games.
Yeah, that's going to really make them look a little bit better there.
Hey, you still do have an opportunity to get a rematch against them too. If you can go through and start winning games, get at the top of the Big 12, there's no divisions.
Absolutely.
You could, if Oklahoma can beat Texas loses a couple times.
Conference games, baby. It's all about conference games, especially if you lose a couple, national title Not a possibility, but you can still win your conference, get a warm bowl game. Because last year was a cold bowl game, and we didn't go.
If you can get to 8 wins, you might get an Alamo Bowl. And that's what I'd be happy about.
I love the Alamo Bowl, baby. I'd take it. Anything not in Boston or New York.
I think the Alamo Bowl has choice 4 of the Big 12. And if you're – Cincinnati is a bigger fan base. They've been doing good. If you get to 8 wins, the Alamo Bowl might pick you at 4. So there's an opportunity for that right there. But we're pretty much wrapped up here in Nippert. Unfortunately, we're not leaving winners again. I went – what was it? I think
half the team is playing at a really good competitive level. You can't ask for more. The other half the team, they got to match that defense. And I think the play calling has just got to be better. I think
I was at – the last, probably 10 games of the 26-game home win streak. Didn't see a single loss the first, 10 times I watched the Bearcats at Nippert.
I was at 25 of 26. I missed. Actually, no, I would have missed the ones that started right before my freshman year.
Yeah.
The last couple of, the season before. And then I missed the Temple game my freshman year to go because it was my birthday. And Ski Mask was performing at Bogarts. I'd never gone to a concert then, and I went to go see Ski Mask for my birthday.
But yeah, I saw the first, my first 10 or so games you haven't lost at home, and then now 3 of the last 4. That's not.
Bro, how do you think I feel? I've gone through 4 years of we can't lose a game to 2-2.
All of a sudden, yeah. Yeah, and total. If you look in total for the Bearcats, now you're losers of 4 of 5. No, actually,
we gotta have
you're losers of 4 of 6.
Well, we gotta have one of the most angry alumni networks out right now. Because if you think about it, the most recent graduating class went from seeing 4 of the greatest years in UC football history, and now they're sitting at home, armchair quarterbacking, complaining left and right on Twitter.
Yeah, it's been a tough little stretch here, and you're gonna have those growing pains. Those growing pains are gonna happen. We sit here and we get to look at that playoff semifinal thing every day, but that's not going to come easy. We know those don't come easy. That was built up over years. And, you're going to have growing pains. You're not always going to be able to be 12-0, 13-0, and be able to move on to playoffs. And you're going to have to go to be the best. You're going to have to go beat the best. And you're going to have opportunities to try to beat some of the best this season. And your first opportunity, you fought. That felt like a real rough and tough, hard-nosed football game right there. And you leave at least thinking, hey, a couple things go our way, we're just fine. But, now you need to try to get those few things to go your way.
It went from 2 years ago, this team doesn't deserve to make the playoffs, to just hung in a game with Oklahoma and very easily could have won.
And there's so much you can talk about this, so much certain plays. Deshaun Pace being out definitely attributed to it.
That does not help. That does not help.
But at the same time, I think the defense was something that, even with the 20 up on the board, I think that was a really clean 20 that they gave up. I don't think, honestly.
It was more of there was field position issues with the offense turning the ball over.
The one touchdown, the only bad play on that drive was there was a 3rd and 8 that they allowed a conversion in the red zone. And they truly pretty easily could have only given up 17 in this ballgame if it wasn't for that one conversion there. It could be 17. But first time Bearcats held out of the end zone since the Cotton Bowl. And any final thoughts on this one?
You got to go 1-0 at BYU next week. You got to have it circled. You got to be ready to go. And let's hope for some better play calling next week. I'm hopeful.
Got to be ready up in the mountains there in Provo.
I'll stay hopeful for you next week, Preston.
It's hard to play.
I'll stay hopeful for you.
Hard to play at night against in front of a whole bunch of sober college students too.
They're not running to Tomcats halfway through the game. They are staying the whole time.
They are there for all 60. So that'll do it for us. Next time you'll hear from us, probably, I don't know, we'll figure it out some point soon.
So yeah, sometime.
You'll hear from us some point soon. But for Preston Bakery's Caleb Taylor, we're final here in Nippert. Bearcats fall 20-6. Talk to you soon.